Okay, good morning once again. We'll now start our program now that our guest of honor is here. Welcome to the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. This is the 9th edition, and of course, the second time that we are hosting it in Zambia. So a warm welcome to everyone. We'll start with a quick round of introductions so that we have a sense of who is here, so that our guest of honor, also the which organizations are present this morning. We can start from this table. May I please have someone to pass around the microphone? As we are waiting for the introductions to begin, our agenda this morning will run as it is. We have received one apology from the ICT Association of Zambia. However, the other organizations are present and we'll have all the sessions as planned. Thank you very much.
Good morning, guest. My name is Abdul from.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good morning, peers. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lou Majela from the Ministry of Information and Media. Thank you.
My name is Brad McPherson. Mustafa Press Club, also working with Guide of Zambia.
Good morning, peers. I'm Director. My name is McDonald Spencer from US Initiative.
Good morning, peers. Good morning, colleagues. I'm also Moses Zefila from Prevalence Institute of Southern Africa. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Neil Blazovich, and I'm with Internews. Thank you.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mwanga Richard. I'm from Bloggers of Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Onium Bofana, and I'm from Bloggers of Zambia. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Harvey from ActionAid.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrew Banda from the Alliance for Community Action.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Florence Mabe from Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Regina from African Network.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, PS. My name is Elastus Mabwe from the University of Zambia, Department of Media and Communication Studies.
Hey, good morning. I'm Kamtista Manchishi from Mulungushi University.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mwazi Sakala, and I'm the representative of Zambia Media Women Association. I'm a journalist by profession.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Brenda Zulu from the Zambian Bloggers Network.
Good morning, peers. Good morning, everyone. My name is Matongo Maombe from BBC Media Action.
Good morning, peers. Good morning, everyone. My name is Simon Mulumbi. I'm coming from the Human Rights Commission.
Good morning. My name is Mary Kachepa, NBC.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Manubisa from Zanis.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wilson Lupia from Zanis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Valerie Java, and I'm the Communications Officer at Paradigm Initiative. Good morning and welcome to DRIF22 Zambia.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Susan Wakwe. I'm from Prevalence, Zambia.
Thank you very much for those introductions. And my name is Randa Kowani, and I will be your host today. And some of my colleagues for Prevalence Initiative. So again, warm welcome to the 9th edition of the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum. As I mentioned earlier, this is the second time that we are hosting it in Zambia, and we've also done it by Paradigm Initiative. For those of you that may not know who Paradigm Initiative is, I'll just briefly speak about us. So we work to connect young Africans with digital opportunities and also ensuring protection of their rights. So in essence, Paradigm Initiative is a digital rights and inclusion advocacy organization with about 6 offices in Nigeria, Senegal, Cameroon, Zimbabwe, Kenya, and of course Zambia. Our programs focus mainly on capacity building around digital rights and inclusion, policy intervention, and of course, life legacy skills training program. So with all our programs, we work with underserved communities and of course the youth by providing access to web-enabled technologies, digital skills, entrepreneurship, and of course, life skills. Some of the activities or the core focus areas of our work include media campaigns, capacity building. So this is for CSOs, policymakers. We've done a lot of training to CSOs and in particular parliamentarians from across the continent. We also do, well, we conduct a lot of research. We produce the annual Londa report, which is a snapshot of the state of digital rights in Africa. And we also host the annual Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum, which is why we are here this morning. And for those that may not know what DRIF is, really it's a policy event where tough topic and global regional issues around internet access are debated. So in essence, it's that one forum once a year where we gather together as people that have an interest at the stake, in how we want our internet to advance, our internet economy. So we meet once a year to really just have policy conversations in the hope that it shape how our ICT sector and some of our cyber laws are emerging. So the forum is best known for its track record of tangible and actionable outcomes. As I mentioned, we used to host it annually in one African country. But of course, I think COVID was a blessing in disguise. Eventually, we started hosting it in several African countries. This year, it's been hosted in about 17 countries, in-person events. And of course, we are streaming all that live. We began on the 12th of April and ending towards the end of May. We have seen a lot of value in hosting in-country sessions because really it's bringing these conversations down to our country level. With the bigger forums, it's much harder to get your voice heard or to get your perspectives as a country debated. But with the in-country forums, we've seen how the conversations are deepened and how we are really just having robust conversations. And that's about DRIF and about Paradigm Initiative. Again, just to welcome everyone for making it this morning. And I really just wish everyone an enjoyable time. Please feel free be present. We really hope to hear from everyone and every contribution that you have this morning. Without further ado, allow me to call upon our guest of honor, who will give us a few remarks. Allow me to call upon the Permanent Secretary, Mr. Kennedy Kalunga, who is coming from the Ministry of Information and Media. Sir, you're welcome.
the senior government officials that are present, if they're there, the organizers, Paradigm Initiative, representative from the ICT Association of Zambia, the representative from Human Rights Commission, the representative from the Law Association of Zambia, the representative from Zambia Internet Governance Forum, the representative from civil society organization, the representative from academia, the representative from the media, and all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, before I deliver my speech, I would like to just share a thought. When we sat on the table, I said, we are the fourth estate. Why are we not meeting? Why are we not meeting to disseminate the information? We are all mandated here. I was thinking that maybe way forward, we should have deliberate efforts that we should be meeting on a different forum, that as a fourth estate, we should be able to be meeting and be able to do our mandate. But I'll go to my speech. Ladies and gentlemen, I am happy to officiate at this year's Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum being held here in Zambia. I believe this is the second year that the Paradigm is organizing an in-house forum in Zambia. I am happy to see the good turnout in the room from different stakeholders who are crucial for growing our internet economy as a country. It is encouraging to see such an important Pan-African internet governance gesture being extended to Zambia that have been aimed at contributing meaningfully to Africa digital policy space. Allow me to thank the organizers, the Product Initiative, for such a well-structured program. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Digital Rights and Inclusion Forum is an important platform where the conversation on digital policy in Africa are shaped and policy direction forged. This year, the forum being held here in Zambia comes at the right time. As you may be aware, Zambia recently repealed the Electronic Comments and Transaction Act under 21 and amended the first year ever Cyber Security and Cybercrime Act 2021 and Data Protection Act of 2021. In addition, we ratified the African Union Convention on Cybersecurity and Personal Data Protection and are in the process of reviewing the Access to Information Bill and providing mechanism for media self-regulations. These and other efforts are a demonstration of government commitment to enhance the media and digital space and access to information. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as last year, Zambia attained 100% mobile phone subscription and ownership, while the internet penetration stood at 56%. These are the numbers that are very encouraging because as a ministry, we envision an environment where journalists can use the internet to advance their work. As you may know, the internet has transformed the way we consume news and other content at a click of a button. The internet also provides a vast opportunity for advancing our country development agenda and the media sector in particular. It is often said that the fourth industrial revolution provides Africa with an opportunity to leverage on technology and leapfrog its development. We cannot afford to be left behind as a country. As government, we have provided necessary infrastructure, legal, policy framework that are vital for a sound digital environment. We call upon various players and the public at large to take full advantage of the of the enabling environment that technology has offered. We also need to collectively find solutions to the inequalities and disruption that the digital age brings. In this regard, we need to forge concrete strategies on how to promote human rights online, fight cybercrime, address other online crimes. Aside cyberbullying, information and misinformation, the onus is on all of us, especially those who are in this morning. They're joining us via the online platform to sensitize and promote responsible use of technology and the internet. And as such, an important tool for accessing information and the realization of the e-government, e-health, e-learning, and many other e-services. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic was a wake-up call for all of us to take full advantage of information communication technologies in our daily lives, to remain in contact with each other and carry out our business virtually. My grand call is this morning goes to all stakeholders present here this morning, that those joining us from across continent using the online platform to take today's deliberation seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you all for coming.
I'm sure we can do better than that. Another round of applause, please. Thank you very much, sir, for those remarks, and especially for reminding us of the enabling environment that technology has to offer, and of course, the opportunities that are available to all of us, especially to the media present this morning. In proceeding with our program, sir, we just want to thank you for sparing some of your time this morning. We understand that you have a very busy schedule, so we'll not keep you too long. However, we just ask that may we please pause for a group photo with you right here. May I please get people to set it up? May we please pause for a group photo, and then we'll release you as we go ahead with our program. Thank you very much. I invite everyone to the front. May we please quickly pause for a group photo.
Okay, let's take the order.
Thank you very much. While we allow our guest of honor to leave, may we please have the first panel discussion. Kamofisa and team, may you please get ready. Kamofisa, are you in here? Okay, please feel free.
Okay, good morning once again. Good morning once again. I believe it's a good morning to give a happy response. Good morning once again.
We'll now allow our guest of honor to take his leave. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, so we move on with the program, and as you can see before you, we're getting into a panel discussion on the impact of social networking on the 2021 general elections. So we will engage in light reflections, and later on I will also call upon you in the audience, should you have any reaction, any feedback, questions, and general comments, please feel free to come through at that particular time. So as a way of beginning, I want to note that social media platforms have increasingly become central to national election processes across the world, not only Zambia. We've had various stakeholders such as electoral commissions, political parties. We've had civil society actors, legacy and online media, voters, and so on, continuing to utilize these platforms to engage with the electoral process and with the election and related events in different. So the 2021 elections here in Zambia were widely regarded as a test for our democracy for many reasons. And social media helped in terms of interaction and engagement. It was pivotal to the entire cycle. And this was even more pronounced because of the COVID-19 restrictions that were obtaining at the time, where gatherings were not allowed and things were affected. As such, this session will take an introspection, as I mentioned, of this election and the impact that social media technology has on the conduct of those elections. So the session will also identify the lessons that we can pick from the 2021 election, and how can we apply these lessons for future events? What can we do differently, and what can we carry on with? So in this regard, I'm joined by three panelists in front here, as you can see. Allow me to introduce my panel. On my left is Erastus Mambwe. He is a lecturer and media consultant. He's also an award-winning journalist here in Lusaka. He lectures in the Media and Communications Department at the University of Zambia, and there he convenes a course in digital journalism. So he sits on the board of One Love Radio, where he also practices as a producer and a journalist. So Erastus has researched and been published in various international academic journals, including some key papers on the impact of the internet in Zambian journalism. So he is currently a PhD candidate in the Center for Film and Media Studies at the University of Cape Town, South Africa. How do you welcome Erastus? Maybe a light round of applause. Thank you. On my immediate right is Mazipeza Sakala, or Mazi Sakala actually, may I correct that? She's a media rights activist, currently serving in the Zambia Media Women Association, ZAMA. She has a career that spans several years, from practicing journalism as an editor at a public newspaper to public relations and communication at the Football Association of Zambia. She's an avid blogger, and I must say, we do follow each other on Twitter, so I can attest to that. She's an avid blogger and a content creator with a passion for freedom of expression online, among other digital rights. So Mwazi has participated in several campaigns and activities aimed at enhancing media freedom in Zambia. May I write on the previous applause also for Mwazi? Thank you. Then, yeah, thank you. Third on our panel and on my far right is Richard Mulonga. I have some words for Richard Mulonga, but let me limit myself, I think, to the few appropriate ones. Richard is an activist, he's a blogger, and he's a campaigner on media freedom, freedom of expression, and generally digital rights. He has been in the internet space and advocacy space for quite some time. He currently runs the Bloggers of Zambia. And at the Bloggers of Zambia, there are a number of activities that they are conducting in terms of ensuring a safe and open internet space in Zambia, which allows for participation and engagement. And I'm sure later on you will hear a lot of the activities that Bloggers of Zambia has been conducting. And speaking of the 2021 elections, their organization was quite active in terms of ensuring people have access to information about the elections and ensuring there's connection between the grassroots and the decision makers using various digital platforms. And I think our streaming today is actually supported by Bloggers of Zambia. So they had open spaces where they would, open space stadium where they would run, and they had the Parliament program going. So may welcome Richard as well, finally. Thank you. Okay, so I will allow my panelists a few minutes, under 4 minutes, to give their general impressions. What are your thoughts on the 2021 election and social media technology, just in general? I could start with Mwazi, because the age of ladies first.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Since I have only 4 minutes, I'll try to be as quick as possible, but speak more rich content about this subject. I think the previous information alluded to the fact that we have 100% coverage in terms of mobile technology in Zambia. Unfortunately, it doesn't quite represent the facts on the ground. What we have is that a lot of people have more than one device. So you find that individuals in urban areas would have 4 mobile phones on the 3 networks that we currently have, meaning that in the rural areas, we still have people who do not have access to mobile technology. So in terms of social networking, I think the use of digital spaces is more or less limited to urban areas and to young people who are able to afford data and actually have knowledge about the various platforms that they can access information to. So this leads into the content that is being shared amongst the various social networks that do have access to digital spaces. So of course you have the adults who are probably working and are more interested in the politics and policy issues. And then of course you have a younger generation that are more motivated by social events and are more interested in gossip. And then of course you have the youth themselves who are still learning about society, and of course probably focus more on entertainment and probably just talking to each other. So when it comes to the general elections and information that was available amongst these networks, it was quite varied what was happening in the run-up to the elections, as well as the type of subjects that were being discussed on media and what was trending. Zambia being as political as it is, you'd find that there are very, very divergent views. Those that were in support of the former ruling party, and of course, those that were looking forward to change. In terms of the media space, because I come from a media background, we find that there was a lot of, there has been a lot of intimidation when it comes to traditional media in terms of what they can cover online. So you would have probably a political story or article that's posted on a social media platform. I think Facebook is quite popular in terms of exchanging information. So you would have a subject probably relating to a policy matter, but in the comments section, you would find all sorts of insults. You'd find some misinformation, you would find some campaigning. And there was one interesting thing that we've seen happening over the past 6 years, which is you have the weaponization of social media. So you actually had individuals who had various fake accounts, profiles on Facebook, on Twitter, that worked at just attacking probably views of other people. So the spread of misinformation, cyberbullying is something that we saw a rise in. And I think it's interesting to see how social media can be used in terms of directing conversations and probably also misdirecting conversations. You'd find that instead of us focusing on policy matters or even important cases, politicians, aspiring MPs, aspiring councillors, you'd find that conversations were more or less around campaign songs, around entertainers. Sometimes just trivial matters were being discussed and probably trending online. I think despite being an election year and there being COVID, very few being held to account regarding their policy direction, which was quite unfortunate because it was an opportunity for Zambians to speak up and actually get sure that the new leadership that was going to be voted into offices were able to be held accountable post-election. So I think there are several opportunities that were missed because of the trends that we have had in our social networks. It would be good to have a bridge between the various generations and the various users of the social networks, of the social media, of the digital spaces, to get conversations that actually provide for broader discussions and of course are able to impact positively on our well-being as a nation. I know it's quite difficult to get everybody involved, but I think that's what we aspire to when we talk about digital rights, that everybody has an opportunity to get information, to contribute to a conversation, and of course, affect positive change. I'm hoping that I said what I could say in my time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Quite some insights. So we'll dig in a little bit later on some of the things that you have mentioned. Allow me in Elastus as well in a few minutes, just to give this general perspective on 2021 elections and social media.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this panel. My reflections on social media and last year's elections, I think it was a very exciting election. You will agree with me, and I think a lot of the battlegrounds, to use the term figuratively, were drawn on social. In fact, something that Mazi has also alluded to, in fact, if you looked at social perhaps 2-3 years even before, the election had already started on social media. So it's very interesting to look at how it kind of developed from, say, 3 years back, getting into 2021 itself. But generally speaking, what we are observing from the data is that from 2011, 2015, 2016 elections, as well as now 2021, the usage of social media has significantly increased, generally in the population, but also in terms of its use in electioneering, election purposes, campaigning, and generally in terms of how various stakeholders within the process engage with the public. And social media has become a sort of the main foreground or area where that sort of interaction takes place. And so when we get into last year's election, one of the things that we begin to observe is who is more prepared for the platform, who is more savvy on the platform, and then also from the user's perspective or the population's perspective, we begin to observe on how people basically engage with the various pages or the various sources of information that they interact with. And I think it's very critical that we get into some of those issues, because a key issue that arises, and I think as we talk about digital inclusion, I think we also need to talk about digital literacy, because problems of misinformation and disinformation also have to look at what is being done to address some of those challenges. And I think at the end of the day, digital literacy emerges as one of the biggest challenges that we have in this country. And I guess it also speaks to a broader problem of media literacy in general, which we need to begin addressing. Perhaps a bigger question also that perhaps we need to begin asking is, how can we ensure that we have meaningful conversations relating to social media without necessarily shooting ourselves in the foot? Sometimes especially in the advocacy space, in the research space. We're very good at coming up with these proposals and as we reflect. But then at the end of the day, we need to also ensure that we do not give, especially authorities, ammunition to use what we are concerned about as a way of dealing with some of our concerns. I don't want to get into that so much right now, but I think we have a great opportunity to engage in these issues as practitioners from various stakeholders. But I think generally 2021 was an election year that was very exciting, lots to reflect on, especially with regard to social media, but also a lot of questions coming up and issues for us to consider. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Quite a number of issues, and in my case, I particularly take note of the question on digital and media literacy, but we'll pick that out much later. And third, with the general perspective, may I give the mic to Richard? Please, what's your view on the 2021 elections and how social media were used?
Thank you very much. We saw the nexus between technology and democracy pronouncing itself during our elections. That technology has a huge impact on democracy globally, and we saw it in Zambia, especially during humanitarian times, the case of COVID-19, where even there are a lot of illegal and illegitimate restrictions on the right to assembly and association. So that prompted those that have the reasonable access to take their election conversations to the internet. And also with that, we also saw the real gap and all the challenges regarding digital access in terms of skills, in terms of affordability, in terms of resilience and safety and security issues. This is when actually things like innovations in financial technology, for example, became very pronounced, especially mobile money transfers, because banks were closed and the other financial institutions were transacting online. Also, we saw the third thing that we can talk about is the impact of internet law and policy, because it was actually even the lack of internet law and policy. Remember, we had blockage of Facebook, Twitter, and WhatsApp on 12 to 14 August. So we did not have adequate internet law and policy that was going to guard against that. But also, there existed law and policy that facilitated for that. But also, there was just this repression, intolerance, and the lack of adherence to the rule of law that just made sure that assembly, association, and free expression, whether online or offline, was guarded. Yeah, and our democracy was at its lowest ebb because freedom of expression is the one that supports democracy. So it was really under threat. And we saw, the internet becoming more of an alternative, but that shouldn't be the case because free expression, assembly, association offline is the same right. And if there are violations there are crimes and everything that is being pronounced, it must not be used to inspire the enactment of law and policy. Because already we have laws that exist to take care of most of the problem actually that we have on the internet. I'll talk about Article 69 of the Penal Code, criminal defamation. Because defamation, whether it happens on the internet or off the internet, it is the same violation. So why should it be used? So those are our perspectives, and I think I've seen the moderator is looking at me with evil eyes. So I will just put it there so that we can have a conversation forward. Thank you.
Okay, before we get to the audience, one thing that I've seen then and heard that's coming out prominent, especially in Elastus's and Moses' conversation would be on the lack of meaningful engagement, first of all, and the lack of literacy generally in that sense. So did social media really have an impact on the election, or is it a facade that we have made up for ourselves? You mentioned the issue of accessibility also. So could it be that we're in this space where we believe the election was conducted online, yet there was a much bigger population out there that was excluded? And as you tackle this also, could it then have been justified for those that shut down social media to do that? Because the engagement was not meaningful, first of all, as you mentioned, so then it might not have been adding to the election. So I'd like you to tackle those two angles. I don't know who'd like to go first before we open up to the audience. Yeah, if there was really impact from social media, we should great accessibility, engagement. About that, then would it justify the shutdown? Because there's really nothing beneficial in that was going on.
In terms of use of social media, the quality of conversations probably might not have been the best, but in terms of contributing towards the elections and even the outcomes of the elections, social media was the main platform. I think for the party that did eventually emerge victorious, they were able to manipulate, in order to utilize social media spaces to get their message across, to rally with the youth, especially in light of the COVID-19 restrictions. So they were not able to go out and actually have campaigns the way that some parties were able to. And so they were restricted to their mobile phones, they were restricted to information that was being circulated, I think through newsletters, some WhatsApp groups, and the like, and even in terms of mobilizing voters to actually register for the elections, that social media and the digital space provided a platform for them to mobilize members to support advocacy and support the campaigning for specific aspiring candidates, as well as the political parties that were involved in the elections. I think we saw quite a record number of presidential candidates. We saw a record number as well of participating political parties in last year's elections, and that's another discussion that we'll have, that you'd have discussions going on public spaces, people assuming that they have a following, but election, they come post-election, we're actually able to see where the thinking was lying, and it was quite amazing that on election day, a good number of votes were turned red, simply because of the disruption that happened on social media. So I think that was a clear indication that social media spaces do have an impact on the elections, and did have an impact on the 2021 elections, on the run-up to the elections, and of course on election day itself.
So quickly, those two things. Go and ask the PA. They stopped their friends from campaigning because they claimed there was COVID. But they were campaigning, and they were telling their friends that you are not visible. You are just on Facebook. Campaigning doesn't happen on Facebook. You should be on the ground. You are not there on the ground. But they lost the elections to the ones that were campaigning on Facebook. So that answers your question. That the PF will let a bitter lesson, and that is why they ended up. And we are not sorry that they lost the elections, because they played with the most critical resource in our lives. The internet is the future. We are no longer in the computer age. We are in the information age. And they played with our democracy. They weakened our democracy. Up to now, our democracy is on its deathbed. We are trying to resurrect it because of that irresponsible action. So go and ask them. They will tell you that right now it is themselves that are trying to use the same Facebook to reach to the masses, because they can't do the media, both private and the public. But they're on Facebook, and you are seeing they're trying to use the same resource. Why are they there? I will edit it. Look, in Zambia, we politicize everything, and my narrative may sound like that. But that is what it is. That is what happened. That was the impact of what? The social networking. They themselves, they sent numerous requests to Facebook targeting innocent and critical voices, that Facebook should put down pages, and they also petitioned Google. Themselves, they sent 600 requests to MTN that MTN should information requests, illegitimate, illegal, and draconian way of doing things. So you can see that the internet is the future. The internet is driving our lives. The internet is driving us everywhere in the world. Okay? So there we have the answer. The second question is there any legitimate reason to shut down the internet, whether filtering, whether jamming, partial, or whatever? No. Even during a war, even this so-called abuse of social media, for us, that phrase does not even exist in our vocabulary. Because even in Zambian context, what we are calling abuse of social media are the things that those that are in power, those that were in power don't like. Those that are speaking truth to power, it is called abuse of social media. It is abusive to our democracy. It is abusive to our the Constitution. I remember participating in a conversation on this topic. It is not only available in Zambia. It is a global movement, especially here in Sub-Saharan Africa, where digital authoritarianism is on the rise. Cyber security laws, data protection laws are coming up to suppress our freedoms and the voices, because the internet is conscientizing people. It is making people aware of what is going on, what is happening. So the best is to come up with a bad law and just silence the people. The same way other laws that we have are doing that. So there is no legitimate reason anywhere in the world to close the internet from people using it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I bring in for those that are following online and will not be familiar, the Patriotic Front is the former ruling party up until 2021. So they were a ruling party up to 2021, and then the other party was mentioned is the United Party for National Development, which emerged victorious in the 2021 elections.
Thank you very much for your contributions, and I 100% agree with Richard and Mazi. So the internet has become the last bastion, so to say. We cannot necessarily depend on parliamentarians or lawmakers because we don't even understand how certain laws make it in this country or in several other countries. And so the internet becomes the last public square where we can defend, we can engage, we can participate, and we can actually enjoy our freedoms. And on election day, we were denied that by our very leaders, and there's no excuse for that. So we need to begin. For me, a question in reflecting on this subject of the panel, question that came to mind is, what forms of recourse do we have as a people if internet can be shut down and we can't go anywhere to bring people to account for such an action? I think people need to be accountable for some of those actions, and I know there's a bit of movement, there's a bit of conversation that has emerged in the public sphere relating to account for what happened on election day, because essentially our rights were stripped without cause, and there should never be a cause for that. So I think it's important that we begin to ask those questions and to raise voices that are actually raising up that particular issue. But another thing, and I think it's critical that we also address this, Kamfisa, has to do with how do we curtail voices or elements that also raised damaging, as well as really information or pages or voices that tried to paint this process or this platform that we're enjoying in a negative sense, because as it so happened that as the powers that be at the time saw that they could not curtail this voice, I think they also pushed in a lot of energy in ensuring that they bring in this opposing energy, opposing force on the internet. So for me, what is concerning is the fact that we did not see a lot of moderation on the part of even trained journalists, for example. Even the platforms themselves, they sort of allowed this animosity to thrive. And to take it up a notch further, when we look at recent reports, perhaps in the last year or so, about Facebook as an organization actually benefiting from such toxic environments, we begin to question whether or not, again, we have recourse as people, as users of those platforms. So if you look at recent digital reports, Facebook actually thrives from environments where there's these heated debates, where people are spreading information because it means they can actually ramp up usage and get people involved. And we didn't have any form of moderation of hate. We didn't have any form of moderation of, damaging or derogatory information that was portrayed, especially towards then opposition leaders, as well as other opposition parties. You can almost guess that they were in conformity. But now we know that drives usage on platforms like that. So we begin to question some of those issues. But generally, what I think we need to also concern ourselves with is how do we bring transparency in campaigning or transparency in digital campaigning? I think that's a bigger question also that we need to consider, I think, going forward as we look at digital inclusion and digital rights.
Okay, enough from us here on the panel. So maybe I'll limit you to a minute for the next question, and then I bring in the audience. And then we could finally sum up our panel. So with all that being said, did social media, social networks, and other virtual technology really impact elections? They enhance citizen participation. If we look at it from that, you might maybe give us one or two lessons that you picked. So you could do that quickly, and then you bring in the audience. Did they enhance citizen participation? And one or two lessons that you pick from them. We'll start. I'll follow an order this time from Richard, and then we end with Nastas and call in the audience.
So the internet provided alternative spaces for citizen engagement because the media remained for the bourgeoisie, it remained for the ruling party and the peak, those in power, the party, the government, and voices like mine and yours, voices from McDonald Chipenzi and everyone in the villages, in the community for democracy. So the internet provided, apart from participation, and it also provided inclusion, and it provided spaces, opportunities for offering transparency and accountability in the elections. Because the idea was to shut down the internet so that citizens will not be able to compare election results that are beamed at the national center and those that have been counted at the polling station. Remember, this was a problem in the 2016 election, but this time around, people were able to counter elections and ensure that the electoral process numbers did not go away and change by the time they arrived from Lundazi to Lusaka. And citizens were able to report incidences of violence, incidents of peaceful voting. They were able to update each other and update just the whole internet community and everyone else about how the election process was going on, the long queues that we saw, and the good, the bad, and the ugly. So we are happy about that. Thank you.
I think that one thing that we should also remember is that technology played a major part in the 2021 elections. We had the biometric registration of voters. I think in the past, there was a concern of underage voters and even voters being brought in from other countries to participate, just to ensure the numbers were favorable to the powers that be. And in terms of these elections, I think more people became aware of technology. So even in the rural areas, when the Electoral Commission of Zambia was going around registering voters, I think people were forced to think about technology and what it meant in their lives. And a lot of them were forced to actually get an education on biometrics themselves, and also the use of technology, the transmission of results. And so in terms of getting more young people to participate in the election process, to actually also become voters, that was something pivotal that happened in the 2021 elections. I don't think we'll see a turnout of voters like we saw in 2021, but in terms of being aware that technology does play a part in democracy, that's something that can actually push more for digital literacy. And I think we should actually make more efforts to have people become more literate in that area.
Thank you very much. Yes, definitely, social media did enhance participation. The most basic example you can think about is really the whole concept or the idea of Bali, right? It was birthed on Twitter in a very random conversation. But I think for the young voters that have been held as having really driven the elections, I don't know if I completely agree with that, but youth participation, perhaps we can say, was at its highest in electoral processes. The level of engagement that young people enjoy, especially with the president now, President Hichilema, on spaces such as Twitter and Facebook, are a demonstration of the level of access that social media affords ordinary people. In a world where retweets, likes, and follows are some form of a social currency, it becomes critical for young people, especially if the president can retweet them, if the president can like a comment. And I think it's those small things that show us the level of participation and how people felt included. And that's something that legacy media have never felt, have never provided for many people. And on social media, people are able to feel a sense of participation, a sense of engagement, a sense of being a part of something. And I think that's what this election provided for. I think in answering the question on some lessons or something to reflect on, I think one of the critical things that we need to really address, and I think it has come up both from Richard and Mwanzi, is the issue of access. We need to ensure that more and more people are able to access the internet. I know in the past there used to be projects where internet would be actually taken to rural communities. I don't know to what extent that is happening now, because that's the only way we guarantee inclusion. Right? And so when you tell people things like the election will be won on the ground, you're basically trying to ward more people off a space that is clearly the space where people are actually engaging more. And so we need to find ways in which we can improve access, especially in rural communities, continue to advocate for the reduction of cost of access as well, and also ensure that more people are taught on ways in which they can counter some of the challenges that we observed on social media, such as information and misinformation and disinformation as well. And I'd like to applaud organizations such as Bloggers of Zambia and so many others that have been involved. I think also community action. Projects such as, fact-checking projects, fact-checking workshops, engaging the public more in how they can actually use these spaces more effectively as they engage with their leaders are actually very beneficial for the society. And actually, we need to see more of that. And I think people are seeing the benefit of having such programs on the ground, because they can effectively use those tools, knowing that if somebody says one thing, that it's at the filer. Tomorrow, there'll be an organization that will say that's actually false, right? And people are beginning to be more aware of such programs, such initiatives in place in the digital spaces. And it means they can now trust these sources better, rather than just the sort of free-for-all scenario that we sometimes see. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. And now it's the time that I'm opening it up in the few minutes remaining to anybody in the audience that has a comment, question. Please raise your hand. I've taken note. One here. Is there anybody else with a comment, question, or reaction? Okay, we can take the first one.
Okay, thank you for the interactive session. I have additions. So looking at the impact of social networking in the last election, one of the things that happened is that legacy media actually lost revenue because for the very first time, we saw the political parties advertising on the platforms. So that is Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So for the first time, legacy media lost money. And then the other impact is actually on the trolls that visited the presidential page for our previous president, which led to the closure of the page. And you know, that page holds public information, but we can't have access to it. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much. We have a hand here on the left.
During a press conference held by the president a few days ago, he said there are certain things that he found which he is just forced to follow. He found them. They were already in process, and one of them is the cybersecurity law. I can just cite one, cybersecurity law. So as digital rights activists, the panel is there in front. Are we taking advantage of the president's statement to actually lobby for an amendment, or possibly, which way do we repeal that act? Because I think it is a devil that he found already, and it's very difficult for him to remove that devil. Because I'm calling it the devil because there are certain clauses actually that are even very bad to us who are in journalism. You cannot access information anyhow. You'll be tracked by that same law. So if the president just found it and is somehow uncomfortable with it, can't we, the activists, push for something to be done, or maybe we can just continue living with this level?
Thank you so much. For me, I think social media has come here to stay, and in the elections, as we move on, it will be the main platform for conducting elections. You see, the Electoral Commission in Zambia, they use social media. Everyone is using social media. The negative impact of that is that traditional media is likely to be like the post office in Zambia. No one will really be advertising on this traditional media. So if no mechanisms are put in place, traditional media is likely to die or overrun by social media. So I think that's one thing which you researchers must also take keen interest to say, in the advent of the social media, how has been the performance of the traditional media in terms of income generation, and so on and so on. Otherwise, social media is on the move. But if you resist, you remain in your primitive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We still have anybody with a reaction, comment? I will only take this round, allow the panelists, and then we conclude the panel. So going once, do we have anybody? How did social media affect your participation in the election? Was your perception of candidates, for instance, affected and so on? Okay, so we'll take those three, unless otherwise there is still somebody. So the first one from Brenda was mainly talking about candidates and trolls. So candidates in the sense that for the first time we had quite a lot of digital advertising from the candidates, I think from the electoral management agency itself, and so on. And then trolls in terms of the page that she mentioned, I think one of them was forced to close because of people that were trolling and engaging rather. And then Brian talks of the Cybersecurity Act. What's the way forward in this sense? Are we taking advantage of what we call an open window based on the president's statement to try and make the internet more facilitative for future elections and such events? So do we repeal? Do we leave it as it is, because we've also found it. And then McDonald's talks of two issues. First of all, one related to Brenda's point on advertising and how this affected traditional media. So we see them dying, and in future elections, what role do we expect legacy or traditional media to play in an election? Has it been overrun? Are they likely to become the new post office? I think the post office is quite active, at least in Cabo where I am. The post office is quite active. I don't know about Saka here, maybe it's a museum. So yes, when the job applications and buying of road tax and all of those things, we really don't send mail as much. But I think we use the post office for something. That's the good part. Yeah. So brief submissions. I will allow you panelists, anybody that wishes to respond here.
So we are very limited, unless I don't know about other panelists, they want to go to, they want to be cited, but very limited about how far we can discuss the act, because it is a subject of litigation. We petitioned the government on the Cyber Security and Cyber Crimes Act of 2021. It is in court right now, and we cannot discuss a matter that is in court because of the court restrictions. But also, I think the other issue of trolls and all forms of harmful content, I know it's something that we have not touched on. It's a problem, misinformation, and how we counter it and all that. The responsibility of, I think this is what the last class was trying to talk about, the third party responsibilities, the responsibility of big tech companies like Facebook and Google and all these conglomerates. They are bigger than some of our economies put together. So, you know what that means. That is a conversation that is going on. And I think there's something that has happened. I think Europe and America, I think the GDPR, they are effective. I know there's a lot that is going on in trying to make Facebook responsible and to make Facebook be able to moderate its content in real time, especially this side of the equator, where we're very far from Silicon Valley, where if something happens in Burma or in Tonga, Facebook does not even understand that language. By the time it gets to them to moderate it, it's a year later, and the damage that arises from online activity to offline activity has already been done. So that is where we are sometimes, maybe it's beginning to work and the hard place. We have to continue pushing, joining the global community to push for the enforcement of third-party responsibilities. But also, not only that, as we try to get more people on the internet, try to get more people in the financial technology locally here also, what kind of internet the people are getting online accessing? How safe is the internet that they are accessing? What kind of skills do they have to protect themselves against harmful content and all the other behaviors that may not be desirable? What kind of content are these same people taking? What kind of behavior? So at the end of the day, you realize that this is loaded and it cannot be done even in a year. But at the end of the day, you realize that when it comes to harmful content and just all these behaviors that we are crying about on the internet, you realize that it's not a technology problem, it is a human problem, and that has always been our message. Facebook is just the technology. It is you and I who take content there. So people are insulting there on Facebook. People are doing all these things we're complaining about. Who should we deal with? Should we close the technology or we deal with our behaviors? So we find it unreasonable and unfair that we come up with law to close the internet and not deal with our behaviors ourselves as a society. As in Zambia, we have people that love to insult each other because the internet is just a reflection of who we are. We are the people who like producing sex tapes and distributing them, but the internet has exposed us. So why don't we deal with those things? We claim to be a Christian nation. We have these values and the national values and the principles. What happened to those? Why don't we enforce those on ourselves rather than closing the technology? The technology is just there to enhance our democracy, to enhance our economy, our digital economy. So we're dealing with a wrong, we're dealing with an issue in a wrong way instead of approaching the issue the way it's supposed to be approached. So that is our issue, and we should just look at it like that. That is our contribution.
I think definitely the social networks did have an impact on the 2021 general elections. In terms of the information sharing of this information, the general mood and tone of the elections as well were impacted mainly by conversations that were being had on social media, not so much the availability of the platforms for those conversations to be had. So I think there's been a lot that has been said during our discussion that I wouldn't want to repeat. But one thing that was mentioned, that in terms of legacy media, it is now more or less restricted to the bourgeoisie. You have a very limited audience now that is following traditional media. It has impacted on their revenue, but I don't think that they can run to social media to try and get money from there. And so in the sense that there was a diversion of monies that were available, I don't agree with that concept. There is need for the traditional media, legacy media, to up their game and utilize the social media spaces to conduct their business, but it's a business function, not so much generating in revenue from those platforms.
Yeah, I also just wanted to touch on that. I think Rachel has addressed the other issues quite well. The question on legacy media and social media in this country, for me, I honestly find it a bit frustrating because it's not something that the traditional media do not know about. The question for me is, why are they constantly failing to innovate? Why are they constantly failing to make a reasoned and well-researched approach to how they engage with digital technologies? I'll give you two examples. In 2011, we were doing a study on the impact of the internet on newspapers, or generally on the media. And we visited the Post newspaper. And one of the things that came out in that conversation, and it was really sad at the time, is that they were very much against social media. Their page was one of the most, compared to the sales of the digital, of the actual copy, they were up there. But their social media page at the time was very abysmal. And it was a policy within the organization, from at least the sources that we talked to. And the biggest social media page at the time was Ask Movie. And they just could not see themselves transitioning to that. Today, the history has shown what has happened, and they did obviously try to ramp it up, but it was too late. The native spaces, the digital native spaces had already overshot. Another example that we usually look at when we're having this conversation within the university is, why is the New York Times still the highest selling newspaper in a digital age? And I think that's where our legacy media are failing. And we usually use this example in the classroom, where you open a page for a US-based newspaper like the New York Times or the LA Times, and you open the Zambia Daily Mail, not to offend if there's anybody from the Daily Mail. And you look at how they have transitioned the digital space. So they have video, they have audio, they have multimedia content that is able to respond to the digital consumption of news. None of our newspapers have done that. And this is a conversation that advocates like Brenda have been talking about for years, but they have failed to make that transition. And you're wondering why we're having challenges with the legacy media. Yes, they'll end up like a post office in Lusaka.
Yeah, so whether they'll end up like a post office in Lusaka or Karu, we're yet to see. Moribund or news use or something, but existing either way. Thank you very much for listening to us, and we hope the conversation will continue. Feel free to engage beyond this panel. From the other ones that are coming through, presentations and discussions, I think the theme continues itself. But at the end of the day, social media did have some sort of impact on the 2021 elections, and it remains on what kind of impact exactly. But the one that can answer it is yourself who participated in the election. So I wish you well, enjoy the rest of the conversations, and have a blessed day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kamfisa and team. And that call to action to the media, we hope that you don't turn into another post office. Moving along with our program, I will now invite Valerie, who is our communications officer, to briefly speak about some of the tools of impact that we have developed. So we have one known as reporting, which is a digital rights violation report to rights actors of the continent. It's really a place where you meet to network and exchange knowledge. Valerie, over to you. And I'll also ask Mr. Simon Mulubi from the Human Rights Commission to be on standby. He will also briefly speak about some of the avenues that are available for us to report any human rights violations or digital rights violations. Thank you, Valerie. I see you prefer to sit.
Yeah, I will. Thanks. Okay, thanks so much, Melinda, and good morning again once more to everyone. And you're all welcome to DRIF22, the Zambian in-person session. So just like Melinda mentioned, that I'll be talking a little bit about a tool that we developed alongside other partners called Reporting, which is a tool that enables those who face it. But anyways, I'll just start by saying to all these distinguished guests and stakeholders. And I want to say the conversation already has started in a very interesting path. And the first session was very, very interesting and interactive, which is also why it's definitely going to get more interesting as we get to know about reporting. So reporting is a Swahili word, which means that means report, as it says, reporting. And so it's actually the ideal platform to report any sort of digital rights violations that enable victims to the perpetrators to justice. So just like what was discussed in the very first panel, talking about the use of social media during elections and all of that, I think it's also important to know, because that also comes with internet shutdown, which we understand that most of the times with our governments, the reason why most of them get into shutting down all this is especially when they're thinking of restrictions on peaceful protests. And so the thing, these are platforms that are being used by people to call for others to protest and so on. And also the fear, like I mentioned, the fear of elections interference. So the thing, the social media plays a very important role to help mobilize people, and that's why the thing is a platform to use for an eye, especially when it comes to election, and also the infringement of freedom of speech or freedom of the press, which was well mentioned in the first panel. So now looking at reporting, just a minute. So about reporting is this, every African has the right to a safe online space. And just like we always say, digital rights are human rights, and the same rights that we experience and enjoy offline should also be enjoyed by those using online platforms. So it's just like taking the rights offline to the rights online. So Prevalence Initiative and partners thought about this and came up with Reporting, which is a valuable online platform that allows users to report digital rights violations and connect them with experts that can help them seek justice. So essentially, Reporting is an online platform that will enable stakeholders and the public to support a collaborative approach to addressing digital rights violations, particularly in Africa. And these, the stakeholders include members like all of us here, the civil society, the general public, and all those that are actively seeking for social justice, especially when it comes to digital rights. Now, another important thing about reporting, especially when we look at the back end, is that we connect these victims with, experts who can then provide support for addressing the cases that are being reported, and of course provide them with the necessary ways in order to tackle them judicially. So now, all of the information that are provided on the platform is treated with utmost confidentiality, and identities are never made public. So it's a platform that respects the rights of all those that share information on the platform. So what are some of these? Now, in the first panel, I heard participants mention some very important aspects. And as an organization that works with young people, enabling them with ICT skills, and also ensuring that their rights are being protected online. So one of these things that some of them witness in terms of violations, we have cyberbullying. A participant also mentioned of sexting. He talked about something which is very current. The most being friends or somebody just following them and putting them online and stuff like that, not knowing that they're violating the right of that person, especially when that the person in question did not ask for it to be published. So we have cyberbullying as one of those cases that really are being mostly exposed by young people. Just a minute. Yeah. So looking at some of the stakeholders that are very making sure digital violations are being reported, we have these stakeholders include digital rights advocacy organizations, human rights researchers, academia, strategic litigation lawyers, national human rights institutions, and other relevant actors and stakeholders. So we can always definitely create a steering committee, and just like the secretary mentioned earlier, that we need to make these partners needs to come together and make sure we talk often about these issues and seek for solutions, come together on how we can tackle situations that are related to digital rights violation. So I would like to invite everybody, since we are connected online, to check the reporting platform, which is Reporting, Reporting.Africa, Reporting RI, POTI, as the Swahili word says, Reporting.Africa. Just let me know when we're there. Okay, great, thanks. Reporting.Africa, one word. Great, okay. So for inquiries, you can always, we have the email on it, where if you want to know more and you want to get to talk to those who are working on the platform, we have reporting at paradigmhq.org. And also now, to be part of the steering committee, we have a document. Unfortunately, this is not being shown on the projector. We have a document that will definitely share to everyone to register on this platform if you want to be part of the steering committee. And of course, we can always continue with conversations in different locations, in different groups, and see how we can bring everyone on board in order to see how we can always fight against online violations. Now, since we are on our phones and we are with all open parts of Africa, I encourage everyone to go to Twitter, because the most important thing about reporting that Africa is that we need to make sure people know about these platforms. People know that there's a platform where they can go to when they are facing situations where their own rights are being violated. And if we can all just say, go on Twitter, for example, and just tweet. Please, I want to know if we're on Twitter. You're on Twitter? Good. Now, we just need to tweet. Do you know? Are you good? Yeah. Do you know reporting that by HQ, that's IRAS, as in Target Program Initiative? Good, okay. By program issue and partners, you can report any sort of digital violation and bring the perpetrator to justice. Question mark. Okay, yeah. Do you know reporting.Africa by Paradigm HQ? That's targeting Paradigm on Twitter at Paradigm HQ and partners. You can report any sort of digital violation and bring the perpetrator to justice. Good. So we are going to see tweets and we are going to retweet and make sure a lot more people can see that. Good. Okay, so it was just information about make sure you visit, share, and share the news to as many people as you can, so that they can also use the platform at any time to report situations like that. Now, just to give you a brief about the Net Rights Coalition. So the Net Rights Coalition is a coalition of internet freedom activists sharing knowledge and experience towards combating threats to digital rights. This group started as a working group for the process leading to this group started as a working group for the process leading to producing a digital rights and freedom bureau for Nigeria, and now working towards passage into law. So it is now a Pan-African coalition group, and of course we will share this flyer with everyone so that you can get to know more about coalition. Of course, as digital rights activists, make sure you connect, join, and be part of this group coalition. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning once again, and thank you so much, the Paradigm Initiative and the organizers for this great opportunity for us to be part of this and also be able to share briefly about some of the things that we are doing, I think, which are central to the work that we are doing. Just to begin by saying I think I was introduced. Yeah, thank you. Simon, once again. What I wanted to mention is we've been asked to talk about briefly, how stakeholders, meaning group the public, cases of human rights violations to the Commission. And I want to start by saying, as a Commission, a national human rights institution, we have the mandate to promote and protect human rights. Our mandate is constitutional, as provided for under Article 230, and we promote human rights, all human rights. Doesn't matter where you enjoy them, whether you enjoy them here on earth, in the space, or you enjoy them online. It's our job, our duty to promote. And the same way we also deal with the violations of human rights. Doesn't matter where they occur, whether online or offline, here, these days, we still have to deal with them as long as they are occurring within the boundaries of this country we call Zambia. So the process is quite a long one, it's got steps, but I'll restrict myself to how people can report. I'm not necessarily going to talk about redress, which is another step, because you talk about you have initially a complaint or a case is reported, there's an admissibility criteria to assess the evaluation. There is another stage of investigation, there's redress, and so on and so forth. So I won't get into that, but restrict myself to basically the mechanism for reporting complaints. And this is by law. I'm talking about the Human Rights Commission Act, Chapter 48 of the laws of Zambia. That empowers the Commission to receive and address complaints of human rights violation. When we go to Section 10, this is very clear in terms of how these complaints can be reported. They can be in written or in oral in a format. And also the Act talks about who can report. Basically, it empowers a person, an aggrieved person, to report directly to the Commission. And also, a person can report on behalf of an aggrieved person in cases where a person cannot be able to, those who are victims of human rights violations. And also, the same Act talks about an association also acting in the interest of its members can report to the Commission, as well as a person can also report on behalf of a group of persons. So it's very broad in terms of the persons who can report. Usually, people tend to think it is me as a victim who should be able to report, but the Act allows every other person to do so. So we have a system of reporting, a mechanism, and in the past, and perhaps to borrow Mr. Chipenzi's words, where we didn't want to become or be like a post office, we've been taking steps also to make ourselves very relevant and active on the digital space. And I think our systems have been transformed and we are developing them. So we have been transitioning, in short, from the manual to the digital system of receiving complaints. In the past, the manual could include a person walking into the Commission, where you go and then you sit on the report, a complaint, they will give you a form to fill in, a start form. And you would wonder how many, Human Rights Commission officers are there in the country for you to be able to do that. So we found that, like as it is now, we are only in the provincial centers. And you're talking about Zambia, how many people are there to have access to the commission to go that way? We've been receiving complaints via telephone, people calling in, but we know telephone, now we're talking about mobile phones and so on, so technology is changing. We have people also sending in letters, and I think this is a story about the post office. So you have to wait for somebody to send you a letter to the commission. How long does a letter take to reach you? Also, we have emails. These things have been coming on. People sending to the emails. We have the info@hrc.com, and so the but also, as technology has been changing, we've been adding on. So all these I'm talking about, they are like manual-based forms of receiving the complaints. Now, recently we had established the toll-free line, the toll-free facility, 8181, where people are able to call and give you the complaint or report the complaint. While still feels manual-based, we still have an officer who has to download that complaint or reduce the complaint to some written format, and then submit it. So basically, you get the person calling, and an officer is stationed from 8 hours to 17 hours every day. They are receiving those complaints from people calling us on all the 3 mobile networks. We've also got the Facebook. Most of you perhaps have been able to, see what is on our Facebook. It's one way also that the commission has been receiving the complaints. The Facebook, which is Human Rights Commission Zambia, has been one of the other means people have been, able to send the information to the commission, including the complaints. So these means that I'm talking about are basically more of a manual-based, because you have to still process it, and then you work around with that. But over the time, we've been, like I mentioned, trying to migrate to a more digital-based platform of receiving complaints or dealing with these cases. So we've been developing what we're calling the integrated case management system, and I think that is more important when we're talking about how we are using the digital platform. Those who might remember, during the election period, we launched a pilot project, which we are calling the early warning and early response system, the E1, which was basically a digital platform that allowed for receiving of complaints through the digital platform, and this dealt with in that manner. So this platform was a pilot and specifically dedicated to that period of the election that we had. We trained some monitors. We had district monitors who were on the ground and had this technology, the tools that were, capturing the information or the violations and feeding them directly into this, online platform, the digital platform, where our case officers were able to look at the complaints or access them anywhere they could be. Because unlike the manual system where you have to be at the office and then you look at the file, you open and you begin to look at the case. But this one allowed our case officers, our investigators to be able to have access, to this, a platform and see at any given time what cases were, and action was being taken in that one. So this was a good thing, I think, for us in terms of experience, because we could easily receive and quickly receive the complaints and take a quick decision and get ourselves to follow up. But being just a platform for the election period, which was the part that I said, I think wasn't enough for us, because now we have had two systems. You have got the manual as well as the digital one, which was the platform for elections. So the idea was, what happens when we don't have elections like now? So that platform becomes dormant. And I think for us, we saw it was a very good platform. And this is now the process that takes us into the integration, the process of integrating that system and what we had, the manual system, I would call it that way, so that we bring on board all those various systems of reporting. And this is the work that is currently going on. So what it means that we have now a system where, when it is completed, you just call using a toll-free line, 8181, the information finds itself on this digital platform. Unlike now, where somebody has to still receive it and then still get into some paperwork or manual work, something like that. So we are moving basically from that, and that's what has been happening. And we are now going beyond the district, or data input, as I can call it. We are now working the communities. We are going to build capacity for those community, members, so that whatever is happening in the community, they can be able to feed it directly into this, expanded, case management system. So for us, I need to emphasize that the issue of technology is a priority, area for the Commission. We've been, developing this even from our other interventions that we saw. Really needed us to move in this direction. Those might be aware we've been implementing business and human rights in a program where we're trying to ensure that businesses, we enhance the responsibility of businesses in terms of respect human rights as well as compliance of government in terms of their obligations. But from there, the issue of technology also has become a very important area of business, and also a tool that is impacting more on human rights. So we've taken that step and developed ourselves into an institution that is trying to ensure that technology, and human rights, they are things that are really helping people, to exercise their rights. So what are we doing now? We have a network of human rights institutions, which we call at Africa, every national institution almost, I think about 4 human rights institutions have come together, and we are looking at how we can work in this technology. So from there, we are sharing information. We are building capacity of these institutions and ourselves in utilizing these technologies and the online space. And I think for us, most importantly, as it relates to the receiving of complaints, and we are learning from there. So what I wanted to just highlight as I end my sharing on this one is that our work is also extended to look at the impact of technology on human rights. So that is one of the areas that we are looking at. And we are also trying to look at how people can also enhance their capacity to access the Commission. I talked about people being able to use our toll-free line, which has been encouraging. We are no longer seeing much of the people coming in as walk-ins in terms of giving us complaints, but we have a lot of people. I think that's how the behavior of people has changed in the information age. We are all on these gadgets. It's more convenient not to call or just to WhatsApp somebody, WhatsApp the Commission, or even just go to the Facebook and send that complaint. That complaint. So much of the manual, I think, is being phased out. So we also saw that in the time of COVID, this was also very, very help for the commission to continue, providing its service to the public. So there was no break in terms of the commission, dealing with complaints. We still continued, even when people are still on the rotational basis. You can't physically for us. In addition to it having enhanced our efficiency. But again, there are some, I think, of course, challenges that I can highlight, which will still be dealing with us. And I think some of those are the reasons why our system perhaps is not very open, to the public that anybody can post, especially the online platform we're talking about. For example, I think Mr. Mulonga was trying to avoid to use the word abuse. Yeah, perhaps I also try to shy away from that, but I think not abuse of the internet. I think I want to talk about abuse of our available mechanism for reporting, especially we talk about the toll-free line, we talk about the Facebook. These are very important tools that have been made available for us to share that information. But what we've come, to understand, for example, others have used those, to insult the commission. Others have used those to launch some campaign against the commission. So you have a media campaign against the commission because somebody is not perhaps pleased with the decision that the commission has taken. And also, you have others who just want to use it. You find that you have people calling, asking for money. You use a toll-free line, which is available, it's a hotline, supposed to be used for somebody who is in a serious human situation. But others just want to call and begin to ask, I need money for this, I need this. So you find that because every complaint has to be treated as a reported in a complaint, then you have to begin to see through and see what is happening. Then, of course, the disruption of internet services, or let me say, the services also has been a bit of a challenge for the commission. We've gone through that. Even when the public are not able, because today we are talking about almost every person in the community having a cell phone or access to this digital platform. But when they are not able, or the systems are not working, we cannot receive the complaints. In the same way, the issue of coverage. Not the whole part of Zambia has got good network coverage. And we know that even most of those who are deprived of the opportunity to access the commission, they may not be in these cosmopolitan areas or these towns where we are like Lusaka. They are in those areas where coverage is such a big problem. So you find that even if you have to say, can you use our Facebook, can you send a report using the toll-free line 8181? They are not able to do that. And then that forces the commission now to go out, whether in a full way, and begin to conduct a human screening where we can sit down and then give opportunity to those women, youth, and men who cannot talk to a commission's office to render a report. So those are some of the challenges. And I think if we can increase the penetration of ICTs and perhaps, affordability, so that everybody is able to, from wherever they are, it would make this platform very relevant for the commission. So in a nutshell, that's what we are doing for developing a more case management system that to give us, I think, ability to receive the complaints and take action. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mumbi, for sharing on some of those available reporting measures, especially the toll-free 8181. Also, thank you, Barry, for sharing about reporting and net rights. Of course, net rights being a coalition of digital rights defenders across the continent that are interested in really networking and also forging strategies around how do we end digital rights violations. Reporting being, reporting platform where, you can report your digital rights violations, allows for reporting and documenting. We're constantly saying, digital rights violations are on the increase, but where is the proof? So reporting at least gives that evidence. So thank you very much to our speakers. I hope we are all paying attention. I can see we're all doing our digital rights. Everyone's on their phone, laptop, tablet. I just hope that your ears are also at the front. Before we move along, we have refreshments at the back. So please, whenever you feel like having a snack, feel free to go behind, grab something quickly to eat, bring it to your table. In the interest of time, we will not be breaking off, but however, feel free to use the conveniences and to have some of the refreshments. Kamufisa, my colleague, has passed around a questionnaire for one of the surveys that they are conducting on the role of social media in the previous elections. Please ensure that you support him, get a copy, fill it in, and as soon as you do that, you can hand it back to him. Okay, in continuing with our sessions, I now invite Levi from Internet Society Zambia chapter to briefly speak about increasing internet access in Zambia and of course, reducing the digital divide.
Right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Right after the afternoon. So in my presentation, it's mainly just addressing two things. We're here talking more about digital inclusion, right, at most. But then almost everyone of us in this room, by virtue of us having access to the internet, it's more or less easy to make an assumption that a number of people out there also have access to the internet. But as a way of beginning, I have just one question for every one of us, two rather, to be specific. How many of us in the last 6 months have spent, that is monthly, right? How many of us have spent at least 100 kwacha for data for the whole month, for everything that the internet for? How many of us? For the past 6 months, every month, a minimum of 100 kwacha, or rather maximum of 100 kwacha. Max 100 kwacha for each month for all your internet usage. How many of us? Yes, maximum. Like for the whole month, maximum. You spend 100 kwacha on a monthly basis. No, maximum. Okay, so I have one in the room. Okay, let's move to the next part. How many have spent at least a maximum of not less than 450 on a monthly basis for an internet usage for the whole month, for like 6 months? Now that's the bigger number now I get, right? Why I asked that question is very simple. A few months ago, I had an interaction with a certain woman. I talked to her about, of course, something away from the internet. And something I was talking about was the cost of a rollerblade. The rollerblade then was going at 550, one pair. And her response was, that's close to how much I pay as my rental per month. Right? And that's, for some of us, that's just like part of what we spend on data. In your situation and hers, that's a luxury for her, right? She can't afford it. Why have I brought this example? It's because most of us can afford to spend a lot more on data, yet for others, they're excluded from the internet space completely because that's how much they would rather spend on their basic needs. Now, my presentation will be a bit brief. I just want to get our attention to some of the statistics about internet usage in Zambia. So we have about, as of February this year, right? We had 5.47 million users of the internet. That's across the country. So we have roughly about 18 to 19 million of the population. So out of that population, you have 5.47 million as internet, population are the numbers, as internet users. And so when it comes to the whole digital inclusion aspect, how many people are actually left out? So from these statistics, you actually realize that there's a bigger digital gap in the country when we come to talk about digital inclusion for the country. On one end, at least on average, someone is spending about, give or take, more than 100 kwacha on data. But for someone, that's something they would rather channel towards their basic needs, and so they would rather not get data, but rather provide for their basic necessities. So which also shows that actually the digital divide in the country is still something really big. And that's something that we also need to consider when we're talking about the whole call for digital inclusion, even in our advocacy, as CSOs and even policymakers. Moving on to the next one. How many of us maybe partly laughed about it when the UNZA Senate recorded last year's results? I don't know if most of us heard it. When UNZA recorded most of the results and said they were nullified because a number of students really failed than usual. Possibly a number of us would have laughed about it, right? But do we pay attention to what actually triggered all that recall? The past 2 years across the country, there have been the highest number of fails among students in universities and colleges. That's attributed to one thing: the curriculum move to call for e-learning for all the students across the country. Now imagine we're talking about a number of students being in university, and most of the areas where they stay, they don't have access to the internet. If at all they do, the internet speed is really slow, to a point where this I can testify because I was found in this scenario, where a student submitted an assignment and it was loading for like 2 minutes before the submission time. Now, between the next minute of their submission, the platform which was being used was closing the acceptance of submission, right? So did the student really fail to submit, or the internet failed them? Ideally, you can say they failed to submit the assignment, but in the actual sense, it's the internet that made them fail to submit the assignment. All that is attributed to one of the reasons why students failed. So when you look at all this, you have universities and colleges have a number of students fail the past 2 years, but mainly that's all attributed to lack of proper internet access. Looking at it effectively, even in certain colleges and universities, internet access is still terrible. And so you have this digital gap, which based on these statistics contributed to the education gap in the country the past 2 years. I would have loved to show you one last image in my presentation, except I'm unable to project on screen. But the analogy of the image that I'm sharing is based on one of the recent visits that we did last year to one of the schools in the rural areas. The school has computers which have been covered for give or take for about 5 years this year, because the school doesn't have power in the first place, but they were given computers about in 2016 by Zicta.
That's the place where 100 meters before you reach the school, a network connection, not internet, but network connection on your phone goes to 0. So if we are talking about the whole digital inclusion, you have cases like this in rural areas. If in the local version of the urban area, you have places where you can still access the internet, how much more for these places? So while we're talking about digital inclusion, one of the things that we come with from the internet side is calls for increased internet access. And that's something that almost all of us can participate. If we are participating, then there are mainly 2 ways that we can do that. The first one is, of course, push for policy that allows for increased internet access in the sense that there has to be reduction of data cost. If you are able to buy, give or take, 20 GB for 100 kwacha, maybe let's say in the past 3 years, right? Today you are buying about 10 GB or less of that same amount. So that means the cost of data has gone up. And if it has gone up, majority of the people can't afford it. And so we're actually creating an increased digital divide, which means we're excluding more people from enjoying digital rights. So in closing, if we are all to consider and continue having these conversations about digital rights, then we actually need to also focus on promoting conversations about access so that our policymakers and the mobile network service providers can also consider making sure that their data is affordable for more people to access the internet. That ends my presentation. I don't know if there are any questions or comments from the audience. Any questions or comments from the rest of us?
Thank you for your presentation. I didn't need to look at the image you were projecting because the school you're talking about is likely a school I've been to. I've been to just under 100 schools in the Lusaka province. And I know about the program that was given the computers. I was not part of it, but I do know the program because I work a lot with ZICTA. I'm not in class today because I'm here, but ordinarily what I do is I teach tech. You know this, a lot of people know this. The class that I was teaching for the past 1 week is not in a rural area, it's in Kablonga, which is cool. It's not quite. It's not somewhere you would expect to find people who are not speaking English throughout my classes, but I've been there for a week and I have struggled. I've been teaching at Circus Zambia, and I was asked to go and deliver a digital literacy lesson. I've never been there before. I've been there because Gift is a friend of mine, but I've never taught his children before. So I didn't know the level of competency that I was working with, but I assumed it was at the level that I often teach, which is they have at least used a computer before. I was very wrong because I assumed that since they're in Kabonga, they have touched computers before they have access. First and foremost, they do have Wi-Fi at the center, but it's only applicable to the offices of the people that work there, the staff, and the children that go there for the circus activities do not have access to the internet unless they go and stand outside the offices. And they are allowed to access the Wi-Fi, by the way. It's just not, they don't have a booster. I don't want to get into technical reasons. They don't have a booster for their Wi-Fi. And one of the reasons, when I asked them, on the third day after teaching them, I asked them if they had understood anything, if anyone could recite some of the topics that I had taught them. And I had one girl raise her hand, stand up and say, I haven't understood anything you have said since the first day it came, and the day one was on Saturday. And she said the reason for that is because Mutipunzisa, but you are telling us things like they're in a book. So you're telling me about safety on the internet. How am I going to know and practice that? Because first of all, in a Koninkara, buying a smartphone in a child. She has a phone, it's a feature phone. So one complaint that I got from them is that we often get people coming to our center who talk about these things to to put words for her, because she didn't exactly put it like this, but she basically said, you come and speak theoretical things. And then when you come here, first of all, you're talking about when you go home, you go and try this and you go and practice this. If you give me 100 kwacha and tell me to go and buy internet, then by the way, because I saw that they had no internet, I have been taking my own internet from my office and giving it to them. Because when I did the calculations, it's much cheaper for me to actually give each and every one of those 52 children internet out of my pocket than it is for the center to find that money and give them access to that internet individually. So she said, it's good that you've been bringing the internet like that, but let me tell you, that 100 kwacha you've been spending, if you give it to me, I'm not going to buy data. I'm going to go home and buy a relish. So it really has made me think for the past few days on, I know we've had a complaint about the government reducing the cost of the internet, finding a way to reduce the cost of the internet, but shouldn't we also be looking at the root cause of why people can't afford the internet? Because even when giving them the money for that internet, my observation is that they would much rather eat. I'm not going to give a 16-year-old child a 250 kwacha and she's going to buy data. She's going to buy a relish for home, because quite frankly, she would much rather spend it on something that literally keeps her alive than the internet. So shouldn't we be focusing also on the things that are making them not be able to afford the internet, like the poverty levels or access to electricity, as somebody said? We don't really have, if I'm not mistaken, only just under 50% of the country is connected to the electric grid, which is a huge number. It's such a huge number because it means the majority of our country is not on the electric grid. So how are we telling people to have access to the internet? Like, what are you going to plug those computers? I've probably been to the school that you took a photo of. I've been to all 75 schools. There were 75 that were awarded those computers. So I don't know, maybe we should focus on the root cause of some of those things.
Well, thank you so much. All right,
just a quick one, and also building on my colleague has mentioned already. Right, the last point, you're talking about data, and that's helping to reduce the digital gap. So I wanted to find from you, what are some of the proactive steps, maybe in view, that can be taken to reduce the cost of data? And is it something that happened proactively, or is it a situation where, because now there's a lot of demand for data, so even mobile network operators, for example, will concentrate on trying to make profits from the data that they sell, as opposed to conventional things like the minutes. I think now minutes almost for free. I noticed my network provider last time has increased the number of minutes. What I was getting 100 kwacha, I think doubled previous month. They're focusing on data now. So how do we look at that? They have an obligation to make profits, and the demand is on data. So obviously they will try to increase and maximize. But in our case, knowing that, what are some of the proactive things? And then in the same line also, be just about the reducing cost of data, or are we also looking at the quality of what we are accessing through that data? Are they allowing us? Are they throttling? For instance, I noticed I'm with Liquid Telecom, for example. Even though some of the packages might be affordable, but what I'm able to do with those packages, again, is limited. And you know, in the background, there are a lot of things that they are doing to limit my usage of that data. So are we also looking at that aspect, as opposed to just calling for reduction in the cost?
All right, I'll address that one. Are there any other comments or questions? Brenda?
Yeah, is there I don't know, have you done any research in terms of access to the internet in terms of women and men ratio?
Right. With regard to access on the generation, I think when research, but I know Regina has worked on something in those often. Maybe you, Regina, would you be in a position to respond on that one? The access generation.
recently released a publication with that divide, the gender divide. However, one of the requests that Asikana Network had was that they make the publication a bit more comprehensive. It was very generic, so it was very difficult for us to, it was also only covered in a small part of the country. So for us, we felt that it wasn't representative of how much access both genders are getting to the internet across the country. So to be honest, I don't know if they're going to redo it. It does obviously cost money to do research, but ZICTA does have one that's publicly available on their website on the gender divide of internet access.
So on our end, we have such a research, so I wouldn't speak. But generally, I think there are more men accessing the internet than there are females. That's how it is because of the whole cost variations. Cost versus quality. There are a lot that have to be considered about the cost of data being reduced. Should be yesterday or the other day, I was having a conversation with a colleague from ZICTA, who mentioned that first, we are having an issue of speed almost across the country, especially if you are using Zambia, MTN, and Airtel, right? The reason behind that is because a lot of people have migrated to using data. Initial platforms, before they moved to the whole 4G platforms, they had few people that were using the internet. With the whole switch to COVID era, a lot of people are using data. But one of the things that the telecoms haven't done is upgrade their systems. And as a result of that, there's been a lack. ZICTA has proposed to increase their bandwidth, but because it comes at a certain cost, they've decided to kind of relax it because they don't want to, because the cost involved for them to actually manage the whole traffic that they are receiving. That's on one part. The second aspect of the whole cost is something that we're still trying to get information from ZICTA, if they've been working on it, is what they call internet exchange points, which somehow help reduce the traffic that goes through their servers, which significantly reduces the cost of data. It doesn't necessarily reduce by drawing the price down, but what it allows you to spend less data over a period of time. But that's something that we need to confirm if most of our telecoms are actually having their traffic go through the IXP that we have locally. That's one of the aspects. Then the third one, which I'm yet to confirm properly with ZICTA, there is need for deliberate efforts for the telecoms to actually find a way of increasing the data allocated for different income bands so that more people can be able to access data that's affordable, but also the quality being enhanced. Coming back to the comments that Regina made, it's one of the debates I think that still has been going on. In the past, I think 4 or 5 years, you can agree with me, almost every one of us in the room, the cost of living has been going up, right? Yet the income most people are earning has maintained. So at the end of the day, someone would prefer meeting their basic needs before they consider data, unless it's necessary for their work. But if they don't see the need for actually using data, because they, on one end, they need to meet their basic needs, they'll obviously channel their funds to meet their basic needs before they get to spend on data. So if we have to go the whole advocacy rate, on one end, other CSOs have to advocate for improved living standards, but also reduced cost of living so that more money can be allocated to the basic needs, but also having a certain amount left for them to actually spend on data. I think that's where I end my session. Rolanda, over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Lady, for your presentation. We will straight into our next panel discussion, which will be taken by bloggers of Zambia. Mr. Richard Mulonga and team, please take your seats. Thank you very much.
Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Richard, Bloggers of Zambia. I had already introduced my panelists. One is a lady, backed up by 3 men. The media liaison committee chairperson, Mr. Enoch Ngoma, is staggering in, as you can see. Before I give the mic to the bigger moderator, I will introduce my panelists. It's almost a manual, but you have to beg your indulgence. The far right, she comes back, but wearing a different cap and a different topic. Mwazi Sakala, Zambia Media Women Association, Zambia. If you don't know how to say Vusumos, just say Vusta. Hi, boss. He's the executive director of Weaponizing the Institute Southern Africa. I've learned how to say 2 things in full: his first name and the organization he works for. Weaponizing Institute Southern Africa, and he ticked me with a red pen last time. Says, one of the few people that have managed to say this name of the organization correctly. I thank you very much. Mr. McDonald Spenzu, a non-activist, once he was almost prisoner, but he survived, and he is one of those people that caused the judiciary to strike out Article 67 of the Penal Code, publication of false information, because they challenged the law with an editor of the Daily Nation when they were arrested for alarming the nation and their those charges. He will talk more about that. Mr. McDonald Spenzi is the executive director for GIA's Initiative Zambia, the governance, elections, and research services. GIA's. I've also said it correctly. He's not a stranger to all of us. He's been in the civil society space for a very long time, a journalist also, and we're happy to have him. We want to benefit from the activism, we want to benefit from the knowledge, and just the work that you're doing around access to information. Also, Mr. Enoch Ngoma is a former editor of the, I wanted to raise Matongo Maombi. When I was in school, journalism school with Matongo Maombi, we used to call 3 newspapers. One used to be called the Zambia Daily Lies. The other one used to be called the Lies of Zambia. And the other one used to be called the Ghost. Mr. Enoch Ngoma is the former editor for the Times of Zambia, not Lies of Zambia. He's the current chair for the Media Liaison Committee, a seasoned journalist, an activist as well, a campaign for rights and freedoms, and also access to information legislation. Our topic today is looking at access to information. Who is doing what, where, and how can we work together? Because we have been working in the same space doing different things. But the access to information law, which we first heard of when we were in journalism school 20 years ago, it was a bill. Now we are even standing on such podium, still pushing for the same law, and we are almost going in retirement. What is going on? What is civil society doing? Why are we working in silence? Going forward, we were told before the 2021 general elections that the UK government is going to enact the access to information bill into law. Immediately they come into power. But there is some meandering going on, and we have seen press statements from some of the panelists here. And one thing that has been noted is that we are working in silos. The other civil society organizations are pulling this side. The media bodies are also working in their own space. How can we bring everyone together so that we come up with a bigger force and push for the enactment of the access to information legislation? But also, why access to information legislation? That is what we're going to be discussing. But before we proceed, I'll take you back to the bigger moderator for some housekeeping. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just note that my colleague is passing around evaluation forms. Please ensure to fill in and we'll come again to collect them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Access to information. advocacy for access to information legislation in Zambia. Who is doing what and where? Mazi has begged for the indulgence that we do not use the old adage that women first. And we respect that. So I'll start with Mr. Mbona. What has been going on in your space as chairperson for the Media Liaison Committee? Thank you very much.
Mr. Moderator, and first of all, let me please apologize to all colleagues for coming late. I was delayed somewhere, so please, I beg for indulgence that I came in very, very late, but all the same, I'm here. And then thank you, Richard, for all their colleagues. You are giving the panelists here, this one has done this, has done this, has done this. It's like a very good memory card in your head. All of us here. On the access to information, as Media Liaison Committee, we've been, of course, involved in lobbying for this bill to be enacted into law for many, many years. From the time this issue started of access to information, which I think if my arithmetic is okay, it should be 21 years or going into 22 years this year. That's the first time that this access to information started. And from that time, the media has been involved. Even in the birth of the Media Liaison Committee, it was one of the reasons it was formed was on coming up with media self-regulation and also to participate in the access to information lobbying. Where we are today in terms of that lobbying is such that we are indeed not collaborating in our efforts, that cannot be disputed, but even then, our efforts all along, whether collaborated or not, they have been having an impact and we've been working quite well. But in view of changing times and the need for people to work together, we feel that we haven't done a good job in that score, which culminated recently into myself being accused that I led a delegation and see the place at Ministry of Information, and in that delegation, there was also the church that I had. How can I ensure I lead a delegation where I'm also leading the church? Because the church, they've got their own member bodies, which they can use if they want to administer the Ministry of Information. So unfortunately, information was just mingled from the way, which now led to another accusation of my colleague from Prevalence that he gave a go-ahead to the place that the access to information bill must go around the country for further consultations with stakeholders in provinces, which again was a misrepresentation of facts, because I don't think my colleagues did that. Just like us, the church that you were supposed to have gone with did not say that the bill should go around the provinces. So all in all, what I'm saying is that it's important that we work together. I think as the Access to Information Coalition, which is the coming together of a number of civil society organizations, of which the Media Liaison Committee is a member, I think we are working together towards coming up with one position, bringing everybody on board, whoever is talking about access to information. I think on that one, I'm sure my colleague Vosa is going to elaborate further, but I think the way forward is that what we are doing is we are trying to come up with one big body that can fight against the government to ensure that the access to information bill is enacted into law. For now, thank you.
So I'll skip Mr. McDonald Chickens. I'll jump to Vosa to tell us what the Access to Information Coalition is and what it has been doing. And I'll come back to Mr. Chikwenzi to talk about why this advocacy, why access to information, why are we doing this? I think you can share the microphone with the Mazi over there. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Richard. Thank you, colleagues. I think Mr. Ngoma has already given some background information and emphasized the need for us to work together. We have been in the trenches for over 2 decades. In fact, not 3 decades, because I think the discussions on access to information were actually part of the campaign issues towards the 1991 elections. So there were already discussions around ATI around 1991. So that is more than 3 decades. And then those discussions culminated in the presentation of a draft law in, was it 2000? Okay, we have our colleague here who has all those details he will give you. But what I know is at some point during the second reading, it was withdrawn from Parliament for further consultations. I think at the time of its withdrawal, Kavindele was the vice president or the leader of government business in the House. Then it was withdrawn for consultations, and there has been quite a number of excuses that border mostly on consultations, where successive government representatives have indicated that there is need for consultations, and those consultations, even the current government, which was very clear in their campaigns. Even if you look at the first 5 or so speeches by the Republican president, one of the most consistent features is the commitment to access to information and the need for the speedy enactment of the access to information law. But the things that we started hearing after Mr. Ngoma led a delegation of the church, which was a misrepresentation. I think as information actors, we really need to clarify that it was not a delegation of the church. It was a delegation of the Access to Information Coalition, which happened to have one priest who was representing a member of the ATI coalition, which is aligned to the church. So I think that was really some misrepresentation, which we hope, I think we have taken steps to address. So what is the Access to Information Coalition? It is a coalition of civil society and like-minded organizations that are working in advocacy for access to information. The idea really is for all of us to speak with one voice. I don't agree with like the stance or maybe the pace at which the government is moving, but there is one thing that the permanent secretary said, which really helped me, where he mentioned that Mr. Ngoma and his delegation, including the church, they will come and say one thing, others will go to the ministry and say something that is contradicting to that, and all of us will be saying we are speaking on behalf of stakeholders. And so the Access to Information Coalition is an attempt to bring on board everyone that is working on ATI or that is interested in access to information issues to work together so that we speak with one voice. Those of us who, or those of you, because I'm not one, who have dealt in music, would know that if there are too many disorganized sounds, it creates what is called discord. And if you are in a musical competition, and discord is one of the reasons why people lose those things, is it? So even when it comes to ATI, the discord that we have as civil society, as media actors, is one of the reasons that is giving the government leeway to prolong or to delay the enactment of the ATI. So basically the ATI coalition is an attempt to bring an end, to bring to an end that discord, make sure that we all speak with one voice, we don't contradict each other unnecessarily, and we contribute towards the same objective. Thank you.
Mr. McDonald, just give us some background. Why this noise about 21 years, or maybe 30 years of noise about ATI? I know you're passionate about that.
Sure. Thank you so much, moderator. First, maybe since we are in a Christian nation, the Bible talks about transparency, and it talks about what you say in the dark will be said, on top of the roof the following day, meaning that the Bible prophesied of this online media transparency. Secondly, is that access to information is very, very good for every sector of society and every area of human endeavor, except for the bedrooms. I think that's where you have a problem with access to information. However, we have been struggling with access to information for the past 21 years or more. All right, some people tell you that we started this process around 1992, after the new government, that is the Chiruba government, came into power. And from that, we've been talking about media reforms, because access to information was part of the media reforms. And if you remember, before it was called access to information, it was called freedom of information. Freedom of information. So it started mutating even before it is born. Okay, so we don't know how it will mutate or incarnate as we move on. Maybe to have another name as before it is actually enacted. So it started a long time ago. When I was listening on the issue of Kachasu and so on, I looked at one of the candidates who planned that. It was about 21 years or so. Okay, so it's even younger to the access to information. Okay, so access to information maybe can be, if it is a human being, would have been maybe one of the victims of that forced Kachasu drinking. Yeah, so those are the things that we've had, and we have Vice President Kavungere under who MMD. I think was one of the first vice president under the MMD. Is it under Manawasa? Yes, under Manawasa government. That's around 2001, 2002. He withdrew it. Now, if you look at how he was at that time, he was still a young man, energetic man. But today, when you look at him, wow, he has grown old. But the access to information has not been actualized. We have our vice president now. She was Minister of Information. And she used to appear before First Media, a program that was sponsored by Mr. Zambia. Okay, and she promised all these things, no access to information, freedom to information, government is committed, government committed. She left office. We had, I think BJ also came on board at one point. We had Masakapea. The only person who was not very talkative on the access to information was was it Dr. Katema, who was moved from community development into Ministry of, he was just a laissez-faire man. He was not even talking about this thing. So at that time, it was a bit low in terms of, so we have had this engagement and this history, very rich history. And rhetorically, every government from 2001, every government has been telling us they are very committed to ensuring that access to information becomes law from 2001. Now, we don't know where the challenge is. Actually, even before these coalitions were formed, I remember the Post was one of the, I was working with them that time, was one of the institutions that was pushing so hard together with Mr. and I think there was another organization and many others, huge and so on and so forth, who pushed for this agenda. Today the Post is not there. A coalition of civil society have come on board. We hope that we will not disappear before this access to information has been born. But where is the problem? For 21 years or more, we've been talking about access to information. Where is the problem? To me, it's the lack of appreciation of democracy. Because if we appreciate democracy, that democracy anchors on transparency and accountability, we would have quickly appreciated the role of access to information. We would have indeed moved in. I think, was it Mr. Mwanga here, who talked about the reflection of our use of social media. No, it's about our behavior, where we feel insulting is the best. And that has been the use, when we meet these people in corridors, they will tell you the problems that social media, access to information and social media can be abused. Okay, can be abused. Yes, in a country where majority are ignorant of the law, it's possible to abuse. Well, sometimes when you see someone posting something, that this person does this know the law. And he'll tell you, no, it's my right. Yes, it's your right, but as long as the law is there, you have to move like, no, it's like you say it's my right to chew, but you have a broken tooth.
I'm going to curtail access to information. I know you are a guru when it comes to that, but let us also give the women, the Zambia Media Women Association, time to give their take on all this. Mwazi, I think Zambia is younger than the access to information bill. What is the take on all this?
Okay, so Zambia is not younger than the access to information. Yeah, Zambia is quite old. It's been in existence since 1983, if I'm correct. Yeah. In terms of women in media, there are a lot of issues that are not so sexy when it comes to media, and usually that's women's issues. Unfortunately, developmental news is not something that trends on the political realm. And I think when it comes to holding our leaders accountable to issues such as access to water, access to sanitation, if we become more specific to women specifically, access to school places, access to feminine hygiene products, those are conversations that are not had. So when you have the access to information law in place, it would allow for various stakeholders, various interest groups to actually lobby for more action to be undertaken. A lot of promises have been made as regards women's rights and the gender equality commitments that Zambia has signed up to, but holding those leaders accountable and ensuring that these policies are actually implemented is something that has gone without for very, very many years. We still do not see 50% representation of women. We don't even see the 30% representation of women in leadership positions. So as women in media, definitely that is something that has always been pushed for. Unfortunately, in our newsrooms, it's very difficult to get some of these subjects covered. So you find that even though there are issues relating to what you would call as women issues, you don't really see them in the public domain. But when it comes to being accountable, that is something that access to information law is supposed to do. We should be able to go to a public office and get information as to what government is doing about some of these issues that they were supposed to have implementing. And in that sense, that is why the access to information bill is very important and needs to be enacted, because there are conversations that might not be had in the media spaces, but they do contribute to the development of the nation and ensuring that we're able to actually make good on promises that have been made. I know for a fact that people don't want to talk about sanitary ware, but it does not mean that it's not an issue that is important to our development, because we still have a situation where you have school girls not attending secondary school, not attending the higher levels of primary school because of that basic issue. There is no running water, they do not have sanitary ware, and so they are being left out in the development agenda. So it's very sad that 50 years, 56 years plus after independence, we're still having girls dropping out of school age 12, age 15, simply because of these simple things. It should not be the case. And so I think that it just touches on why Zambia Media Women Association and other female journalists would benefit from the Access to Information Bill. It's not only for the media themselves, but I think it generally contributes to the well-being of every individual, and of course promoting the rights of citizens that have been disenfranchised.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ngoma, access to information in Zambia, the advocacy. You sounded like the Robert Mugabe of the panel. 21 years they've been counting. Some of the reasons that have contributed to why we are here is the reason that journalists will be abusing the law. They'll be going, for example, to the security forces and asking how many guns has got this security defense, and we cannot enact such a law. I want you to go in detail what Mwazi has started, because there was this wedge actually of divide and rule, that access to information legislation is for journalists alone. But there's a civil society also, and even general citizens who come to claim this law. What is your take on this? Also, because you have also seen cracks coming up, like there's some confusion where you go to meet the PS, you leave, another group comes. These things have happened before, where others are trying to gain, others are taking away. Please, tell us your experiences with regard to the drive for the access to information bill enactment. The war between, I'll call it a war. I don't know who is perpetrating it between journalists and civil society. Is it real or is it imaginary? I know I've touched on this, but I think it's something that has to be discussed so that we can look at how we can work together going forward.
Thank you very much, Bwana Moderator. Let me from the onset clear the air. There is completely no war between civil society, social organizations, and the other bodies such as media bodies. In fact, we are working together. What is lacking is the collaborative efforts. There are so many voices talking about ATI. These many voices, some of them outside the Access to Information Coalition. Now, the ATI Coalition comprises a number of civil society organizations, including media liaison committee, who are members of that coalition. So there is completely no, it's just that after the ATI coalition, there are still other groups that speak on ATI, lobbying for ATI. So we need those other groups to come on board and become members of the ATI coalition, or if we don't want to be members of the ATI coalition, but we must have collaborative efforts when we are dealing on the issue of the ATI. If we don't collaborate, this will give leeway to the governments to do what they want to do, to prolong the process of enacting the ATI. What we need is working together so that this process can be quickly done with. We cannot do consultations and provisional because consultations of ATI have been done. All these years we're talking about, for 20 years, we've done consultations. The ATI Commission even went around the provinces at district level to collect signatures on the public. Then the issue of the ATI being a preserve of the media. That misconception also has been going around. Indeed, some people think that the ATI is meant for media, is meant for journalists. The ATI is a law that is going to ensure that members of the public, citizens, have got access to information. The media, with or without ATI, have got their own ways of getting information. So when the ATI bill is enacted into law, it is only going to enhance the media to have more factual information, more accurate information, and also information that will make the media be ethical in terms of their reporting. But where the law itself is concerned, it is not for the media, it is for the whole
Zambian populace. Thank you. Mr. McDonald Chibese, in black and white, there is a conversation going on, especially online, that the civil society is a push for, in some of these campaigns, is weakened because of the new government, that we managed to push against the locomotive on August 12, 2021. After that, we have gone to sleep. And this is why even the government that gave us so many promises is actually backpedaling not only on the ATI process. Has civil society gone to sleep, or civil society is compromised together with the media?
Thank you so much. I think also there's a misconception that civil society is about NGOs. Civil society is a wider space for every citizen that is supposed to participate. And actually the definition of civil society is anything outside government and military is civil society. So the media, what they are doing is a civil society. The church is a civil society. Marketeers are civil society. And all of us here, if you are not from government, you are a civil society. So we have not been quiet, per se. Yes, there could be some NGOs that or some stakeholders within the civil society space that have gone quiet on this matter. But again, it helps us to have more amplified voice, because maybe those could have been spoilers. Now they are kept quiet. So why can't we use those that are active on this matter? As new governments come, they have their own goodwill over something else. Like in this case, you have the PS, and one thing one time was someone was telling them to say, look, this government or this ministry now, the ministers, they have more time for you than they have time in the office. Because every time you call them, they are here. So why can't we utilize this? The Bible says, find God while it is still found. Yes, now these people are here, because tomorrow or the other day, they will disappear. You go there, they will say, no, I'm busy. So while they are not yet busy, we don't know what their ministry have. Let's use them, because rhetorically, there's political way. Where we are missing is the practical aspect of it. So let's try to make them walk the talk. Once we are done with that, then you will see those who you are saying they are quiet. They will join the bandwagon and say, actually, we fought for the access to information ourselves. And you, Richard, and they will not even be talked. You will find actually people even honoring them and not yourself. Thank you.
Mr. Bosumu, I'll start with you. Now that we know who is doing what and what has been going on, the 21 journey, it's not a new story. How can civil society, as defined by gears, how can civil society work together to come up with a bigger, more impactful campaign like the one we saw against Bill number 10? How can civil society galvanize and mobilize itself on the ATI?
Yeah, thanks, Comrade. I think you've said a civil society needs to galvanize itself and work together. And maybe I'll speak from the position of the organization I'm representing, panels, that within the next 2 weeks, working with the ATI coalition, of which we are a member in our own, as an organization, but also as members of the MLC, we are planning what I think is going to be a very big kind of meeting for everyone that we think is an opinion leader in terms of ATI. We'll bring together different organizations, different stakeholders, including the church in its various formats. We'll bring everyone together, and we will be able to now identify practical steps that need to be taken and come up with our own maybe alternative roadmap. Because if you recall, towards the end of last year, the government, through the Ministry of Information and the Media, did share with us the roadmap towards the enactment of the ATI. And that roadmap showed that the draft law would be presented to Parliament, would be ready for presentation to Parliament by the 25th of February 2022. That was the roadmap that we had at some point, but certainly we are many weeks after 25th of February, and there is no sign that if, like at the current pace, and looking at the other businesses that are taking place in Parliament, we may wait for another year, and we don't want that. So the meeting that we are going to convene with the ATI coalition, and hopefully we will extend an invitation at least to everyone who is in this room, so that you can hold us to account. We will be able to identify those challenges and come up with practical steps. Thank you very much.
Zambia, how do you think everyone should come together? What is your take on this?
I think Zambia has not been left out of the whole process, and the coalition as well in terms of ATI. So we have been part of that process. But I think forums such as this one, the DRIF22 specifically, which is being held across the continent, we can learn from experiences from other countries. Some countries, I know of Uganda, that have a law in place that related to access to information. And I think there have been a lot of conversations around some of the concerns that have been raised by the politicians, as well as some of the concerns that have also been raised by the public. As Mr. Chipenzi pointed out, the ATI should not extend to people's bedrooms. So I think some of those issues that we worry about in terms of privacy, of course, some of the other information that has been floating around on social media, those type of issues are really, there are conversations that are being had right now. So it's an opportunity to learn from best practice in other countries, and also the fact that this is online right now, live practically, it will be online as well for days and weeks to come. This information that has been shared here can be shared across different platforms with different people, and it will give us an opportunity to have a richer conversation when we do have that public discussion.
Mr. Chipenzi, in the minutes, Malawi has got the ATI legislation. Malawi did it. Zambia can also did it. What should civil society do for Zambia to also did it?
Well, I think the continued consistency that we have had is very progressive to ensure that Zambia did it, like Malawi did it. And also that we have coalitions that are still going on, and we have new strategies, like you said. Actually, I did a chat with someone to say, maybe before you call for that big meeting of different stakeholders, why don't you approach them in their own sector? For example, the mining sector, those NGOs, the mining sector, those NGOs, the environment, so that they understand and appreciate what is going on. And the other thing is that let's not be afraid of divisions. They are part of democracy. Even under the Bill, if you remember, we had this group that was busy saying, no. They had their own coalition. If you remember, Creco, they were also busy there. We had those our own. So we should not be afraid of Crecos and other things. What we must be focused on is what we want to achieve with this solidarity. Otherwise, there are so many people who don't understand this, who are supposed to be brought on board and then have an amplified voice. The donors are with us, on our side. We are here because maybe some donor, someone supported us to be here. So with this will from the donors, will from the political parties, will from the media, civil society, I think Zambia can get it.
Mr. Enoch Ngoma, you used to publish, that time you were an editor, you used to publish the civil society noise and the voices of the ATI. Now you have crossed the rail line, or the road, or whatever it may be. You are now one of the noise makers on ATI. What do you think should be done so that Zambia can did it like Malawi?
Thanks.
I mean, first and foremost, assuming that the pronouncements coming from the government are true, the head of state himself has openly declared that he wants to see the HI bill being enacted into law as soon as possible. He has emphasized on that bill and also in his media self-regulation bills. So I think while the waters are still flowing at the level where we can be able to swim, let's take advantage of that. Let's take advantage of engaging the government more and more and more. If the PS at the Ministry of Information or the Minister at the Ministry of Information see he does not understand issues of HI very well, it is our role ourselves to educate these colleagues, because the technocrats in those ministries are not as free to talk to their bosses as we can be ourselves. So it is better that we frequent our engagements with the ministry. I think doing that to help one way or another to ensure that we move forward in terms of having a proper roadmap on the access to information. Once there's a proper roadmap, which is collaborated between the Ministry of Information and ourselves, then I'm sure we can find a way how to enact it as soon as possible as per the directive of the head of state. Thank you.
We have almost violated everyone's right to nutrition, and we are sorry about that. But with the voices coming from Zama, represented by Maz Sakala, Mr. Gosumo Sifile, the strongman from Panos Institute, Southern Africa, and the giant from Gears Initiative, Mr. Chupenzi. Mr. Yuno Kindoma, the Media Liaison Committee, we want to thank you for coming to share perspectives and recommendations as we push for the enactment of the access to information legislation in Zambia that we think is a very important legislation to strengthen our democracy. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you. We have to beg your indulgence that we made to choose between our right to nutrition, which is lunch, or we have some perspectives from the audience. Mr. Atioka, I will, okay, I've seen a couple of hands. May I get assistance with running the microphone around? Yes. So we have got Mr. Momodu from Human Rights Commission, Mr. Kamvisa Machishi, and Mr. Brian Atioka. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I am in agreement with the views of the panelists. And I want to agree that I think we need to give the momentum. And I think for me, it's also about how we let everybody understand. I think Mr. Ngoma talked about where people think it's more media related than anything else. For me, actually, it is a matter of right. Even before you talk about the access to information law, there is a human right. And that's what everybody should know. If anything, maybe it's one of those rights which have been most violated, because there is a corresponding obligation by the government to allow that information to be in the public domain. And where they fail, that's why I say, if you fail to make it available in the public domain, let's have the law that is compelling you. So for me, the public, I think, is given. So maybe it's a time that I know we've done a lot of what we call engagement, maybe some issue of looking at other strategies that can work. Should we do more of the diplomatic engagement, or should we begin now to do name and shame? What can work for us? What has worked elsewhere? I think I would love to hear from there. I think we have the media. Maybe let's take it to another level where we can begin to name and shame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Machish, over there.
Thank you. Interestingly, we were having a live chat earlier with my colleague Elastus, who just walked away, on how this conversation keeps coming back and forth. But before I even go to my point, I wanted to suggest, I think for McDonald's is ripe for opening a church now. I heard a lot of Bible verses. So I'd suggest he opens a church and calls it McDonald's Flaming Fire Ministries or something. I'll be the first one to put him offering in the basket. Yeah. So on ATI, first of all, for me, I feel there's no political will at all. I was part of the conversation on ATI, part of the campaigns for a certain period. Just to show you how real, I think somebody gave an example of how long this conversation has been there. In 2001, I probably was in grade something. Yes, I completed school. I went to university. I met Elastus, was a tutor of mine at the time. There were conversations on ATI. I completed university. I joined the Media Institute of Southern Africa. I led campaigns on that side on ATI. I left. The conversation is still there. I had hope for 2021, and that conversation is still there. I'm thinking of leaving the sector altogether, maybe to something else, which is more productive, maybe if I put it that way, because ours seems to not be yielding the result. I think for me, it's been a personal issue, but that's just how real it is for me, because I took a lot of time in that area. So that's why I say there's no political will, because everything that can be done has been done. There was a time I heard the permanent secretary, I think at a meeting recently, saying there's nationwide consultation which they wish to do because previously it hasn't been wide enough and all that. But if we're to be honest with ourselves, I think from the 90s to the early 2000s up to now, there have been hundreds of reports produced, there have been hundreds of consultative meetings. Previous governments have done literally everything that can be done, and the only thing that was left for the UPND government to do was to enact, if at all they really had passion for access to information. So for me, the problem is not really whether there's been consultation, whether there's division among civil society. For me, the problem is the government does not genuinely have passion and interest in passing the ATI bill. If really they had the interest, it would have been one of the priority issues that they would have attended to. So for me, I'd like to call them out on that. And I have no hope for ATI bill where the UPND government is concerned, unfortunately, looking at the path that they've taken so far. And then the second issue I want to raise also, would you like to, like I said, we are sitting on all the 5 minutes, so it was right to nutrition. Let me be very, very quick. The second issue I wanted to raise also, the ATI that we're crying for might actually restrict information flow, if we come to think of it critically, because the law has so many safeguards, and we've seen this happening in other countries. In most cases, that ATI law will actually restrict information flow. I won't go so much into detail because of time, but we may need to be careful on that one. And then finally, I wanted to also ask a question, will citizens really use the ATI bill? Are they really demanding for information today? How many of our citizens are actively going to their constituency development office or whatever it is to find out how much money was spent, how was it spent? The information which is already in the public, are our citizens really demanding for it? Or for them, it's about what's trending and just trolling a politician and it ends there? So I think if we ask that question also to tell us whether the ATI is really a priority issue. I think I'll end there. But for me, it's a very frustrating issue to talk of ATI.
Yeah. There's Mr. Hachoka here, Mr. Brian Hachoka, also has been a baby when ATI was still young. Now he's an editor at the Times of Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you. In fact, allow me to stand. When Mr. Manchishi says he's tired, I'll just confirm with you that it's true, he's tired. He did consultations with ATI years back when I was working in Livingstone. So for people who say ATI is just for Lusaka-based NGO and media, they are mistaken. I'm coming from Livingstone and we were consulted by him as a consultant, and Misa came to give us more information. So when he was talking there, I was prompted to say, let me say this. I think government may not know that the country was consulted. So let's get those people who are consulted in Livingstone, in so there's every part of Zambia, and have a meeting with the government and tell them to say, you don't need to go to all parts of Zambia. The problem that government may be saying, I'm not speaking for them, but I'm thinking that government is thinking that it's just the Lusaka NGOs making noise. And yet I'm giving you an example. I'm from Livingstone. We were consulted. Actually, as Livingstone Press Club, if you check on most of the speeches we made, we pushed for 8 years from Livingstone. But does government know that, or they think it's just Mr. Mulonga, Mr. Ngoma in Lusaka? I think let's do our part as media bodies. Let's come together. Let's bring representatives from Livingstone and other parts of Zambia. When we call government to say, these are the people from other parts of Zambia. You are saying you are going to consult, you are going to consult who? Those people have already been consulted. But as long as we keep on issuing statements, sorry, I'll give an example. Yesterday, Mr. issued a statement. Is it yesterday or today? They said there is an alleged extension. Is it alleged? It's confirmed. It's no longer alleged. It's in public domain that government wants to consult with other provinces. So I think let's not work in isolation. Let's come together and tell government that we have been consulted in the provinces. We want the 80. Otherwise, we keep on talking. Last, let me give an example, Mr. Morgan, as I sit down. If you go to the United States, there's a place called Freedom House. Freedom House, they assess freedoms of media and civil society globally. You go on their website and check their February 2018 report. It says that Zambia is not independent, it's partly independent in terms of freedoms. Other countries which have freedom of information bill, they are called, they are fully independent. Zambia is partly independent, meaning that status will continue as long as we don't have this law. So we need this law now. Let's tell the government that in the provinces you won't find anyone. They have already been baptized in this same law.
Government, there's another contribution from
my name is Gazina from the Ministry of Technology and Science. I think I attended one of these discussion forums about a year and a half ago. And that time I wanted to just educate the journalists. I think it's right to say there's need for consultation. I think there's actually access to information in the government. I explained even last time. The problem we have is the way information is released from the government, I think. The only person who's prescribed, as you know, to release information, even for me to be speaking here, is risky for my job. So the only person who's allowed to speak in government is the chief government spokesperson. So unless you change that, I don't know if you change it in the act or what, but there are certain people who are allowed. And I explained last time that there's supposed to be a public relations officer in each and every ministry. This is missing. Maybe this would be, as journalists look at it, it would be a conduit for you to get information. Because there's no other person who can do it. There's no reception area when you walk into a government office. Who deals with the public when you walk into the government office? It's prescribed as the minister, the permanent secretary. So then it becomes political at minister level. And you know, PSs are political. So how do you get the information out? So you have to look at those angles. Then I educated last time. So there's a public service for civil servants. This is a day in which you can talk to any civil servant. We are allowed. That's our day. And it's a day the documents are available, the information is available. I think please make use of this day. It's a global day. It was declared by the UN. On that day, me as Gazinas will I can speak. So I'm just educating the masses out there that the information is gotten. And then there's another entry point that you have, which is called, there's a planning information department in every government ministry. So you walk in there, you can get access to the strategies, to the policies, that's their mandate. They can actually list them, or maybe I'll say they work partly as a PR of some sort. So if you get a list of the documents that they have, the strategies that they have, then you know how government is thinking. After you get the strategies of what we're trying to do, you'll get an idea from the Auditor General's report. These reports are available in the Auditor General's website. So you have access to information from there, because that correlates. The strategy that I have as a ministry for the next 5 years, what I've put is a book that is released by government printers. It's available on the Ministry of Finance website. You can connect the two and see how we're thinking, and any other information is available. The reports that we have are also available at the planning department of government. I just wanted also to say that last time I educated on the Data Protection Act. I can't talk about the Cybersecurity Act because it's important, but this act talks about forming the Office of the Data Protection Controllers. This officer will be appointed, I think, by towards the end of this year or next year.
And I don't know if you allow me to read what this data protection controller will be doing from the act. So you also get included because as a define the data protection commissioner will be looking at protecting personal data. So is your access to information will be looking at personal data or either critical information. The data protection commissioner will be protecting this critical information, and also Protection Act protects you, the citizen out there, from anybody accessing your personal information. So maybe there's actually, I see a point on the access to in the Data Protection Act. May I just read a few sections of it? So it states that.
Yeah, quickly, so that we're actually winding up, so I'll give you a minute.
Okay, so it will, this officer, the Data Protection Commission office, when it's set, shall represent government internally or related to data protection, conduct research, development, and related to data protection, and ensure proper and effective coordination and collaboration of similar and regional authorities on data protection. Receive, advise government on matters relating to data protection and information. So I think there are just some entry points. I urge people, because of time, I won't be allowed to read the other parts. I wanted to what this office is mandated to do. So once this office is included, I think you have to approach it and find out how you can work around this and get an entry point for having access to your information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the contributions. I don't know if the moderator will allow us an extra minute, which I was not doing, that we could give the panelists to respond, especially to harmonization of like the data protection law and how it relates with access to information, because there could be conflicts there. Also, this conversation has come again of is really access to information a priority over all these other laws and all these other human rights. Do you want to add to the panelists? Mr. Steele, I've been given 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, colleagues, for those comments. I like the way Poland has taken a seat there so that she will go out this way. Yeah, I agree with the proposal for us to start naming and shaming. And maybe one thing that Mr. Ngoma didn't mention, he led delegation to the ministry. They actually did a bit of naming and shaming at a smaller scale, where we were able to identify some of the technocrats who were like stalling, who were not giving the ministry leadership adequate information. I think we specified some individuals and certain actions were taken. Then there was a question, I think what my sister said, it is true, but again, we have to look at the access to information will be, I think there is a discussion in terms of how using it with the rest of the laws that include the Data Protection Act. But for us, the emphasis is having a dedicated law that will assure citizens of their right to access information that is held by public entities. Because for now, there are all kinds of laws that give government the right to access information that we hold. There is limited. We don't have a law that also allows us to access information held by public entities. It is good that there is that public service day, but that is just one day. As we want the information, access to information is an everyday thing, whether it's public service day, whether it's Independence Day, or whatever day, access to information has to be, like Mr. Simon said, it is a right, and our enjoyment of rights should not be limited to specific days. Lastly, also on the roles, I think the draft access to information law, well, the last that we mandated, which now is I don't know if it's still the same, a provision for information officers. And those information officers are not necessarily is information officer. The person who is recognized as the officer, as the provider or the spokesperson of a particular government entity, and we hope that will help address those issues of access. Okay, I will take a note.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to
to respond to, I think, Professor, when citizens use the ATI. When the ATI coalition went around the country, signatures were collected from thousands and thousands of people. Those people all saying, yes, we need ATI. And our assumption is that these people, if they are agreeing with the ATI, then they are going to use the ATI. So what is needed now is just more sensitization on the ATI. Civil society organizations must go flat out to sensitize the members of the public about the importance of the ATI and how to use it. I think we shall have many people using the ATI. And then also the issue of restriction of information, I think that one is still debatable. But the ATI has got some clauses which have got its barriers here, but some other clauses they still open it up for people to access information. So that one is still, I don't know how the new bill has been crafted, because after the validation meeting, there was a committee which sat to put together all the concerns that were raised by stakeholders. So there's a new document now as we speak, which none of us, I think, has had access to, but the Ministry of Information has, which they want to take to the Ministry of Justice for actual drafting into an act now, a draft act. Thank you. I'd like to thank all of the panelists for the participation and the expert knowledge that you have shared. Also the audience for your unwavering and the continued attention during the session. Thank you very much. I'll take you back to the bigger moderator.
Thank you very much for that session. I think it's safe to call you the mini ATI coalition. So moving along in our program, before we go to our next panel discussion, we were supposed to have a fireside chat that is focusing on the prevalence of online gender-based violence in Zambia. However, I'll try to summarize that in just under 8 minutes. Really, it's just to whet appetite for a report that will soon be launching on the 30th of May. I'll speak briefly to that report. So the report that we did on Facebook and Digital Org Namibia, 8-country report that focuses on understanding online gender-based violence in Zambia. So some of the countries within that report are Mozambique, Namibia, Zimbabwe, Malawi, South Africa, Angola, and of course, we did the country report. It really just focuses on some of the trends in terms of state of online gender-based violence in the region, some frameworks available for redress, so that's in terms of legal and policy-wise, and really just understanding the true extent of online gender-based violence and of course its prevalence. That report will be launched on the 30th of May, so please be on the lookout for that invitation. But to quickly just speak to online gender-based violence against women, especially in Zambia, is in the upward trend. However, the true extent and prevalence is not quite known, owing to the fact that it's really not being given the right attention that it should be given, and also it's a relatively new area. So even in terms of doing the research, data was very scanty. The focus really as the country is on offline gender-based violence and not so much on online gender-based violence in that to data that is available. However, we are happy that with this report, we have contributed to closing that information and knowledge gap. Some of the factors that were noted were that there's a lot of lack of trust or awareness by victims in terms of how they identify what constitutes an online gender-based violence case, and also awareness of trust in terms of where they report it, where do they seek justice. So you find that a lot of cases have been happening, but they go unreported and undocumented. Again, there's also slightly limited capacity by law enforcers to address online gender-based violence. Like I mentioned, it's an emerging issue and everyone is still trying to understand it. However, we also note that there's a lot of CSO action going on in this area. A lot of CSOs are mounting different campaigns. However, we find that everyone is working in silos, so there's really need for greater collaboration. However, we relied on a lot of interviews with some of these CSOs working around these issues and coming up with this report. So we see that online gender-based violence in Zambia manifests a lot as cyberbullying, trolling, body shaming, non-consensual sharing of intimate pictures, videos, and other content. We see, again, a lot of hate speech and online sexual harassment or sextortion. And in severe cases, we see that there are some rates of rape, with some people admitting to actually having been raped as a result of a conversation that started on some online platform. Again, we see that women often made headlines in terms of what they post online. So not for positive contributions or achievements that they are making, but rather for what you wore, what you look like, or what was your marital status. And we see this also resulting in some bad effects. Some victims ending up with depression, others abandoning the online space or deactivating their accounts. Again, widening the gender-digital divide, issues that Levi, my colleague, spoke to. Again, lots of threats of rape. So we see, again, a lot of women being extra cautious in the physical realm because of their online activity after those threats happen. Again, massive self-censorship. It's where you really want to exercise your freedom of speech online, but you're very, very afraid of what the troll farms will say to you. So again, there's a lot of fear of being bullied, insulted, or condemned. Who's on the receiving end? Well, mostly women or women in general, but in particular, it's activists, human rights defenders, social media influencers, or otherwise known as socialites, and especially female politicians. And we saw that manifesting a lot during the elections last year. So that was very, very evident. We even saw the Women's Parliamentary Caucus, we saw some statements coming from there to condemn the online gender-based violence that was being seen at the time. In terms of legislation, no explicit legislation speaks to online gender-based violence in the country. However, we know that this year, and of course last year, quite a number of ICT-related laws were passed, and we do see that some of provisions within these laws do, to some extent, address these issues, which is, again, very encouraging. We see also that the penal code, to some extent, also addresses online-based violence, and of course, the child online protection strategy offers some strategies or measures for protecting women under 18 and other children. So again, in as much as there's really no explicit legislation, we again see goodwill from government, besides the cyber-related bills that were passed, but also we saw some interventions around the work against cyberbullying. We did see the Zambia Air Force pilots that staged a walk from Lusaka to Livingstone. So at least we see a bit of a positive trend in that area. In terms of the recommendations, so for legislation, we see an opportunity to have online gender-based violence addressed through the national ICT policy, which is currently under review. So we see that as an opportunity. So for those that would like to engage in that advocacy, especially the CSOs, we also see an opportunity to push for anti-gender-based violence provisions within the Anti-Gender-Based Violence Act. So we see how we could add those provisions to relate to online gender-based violence, and of course in any other cyber laws that may come up. We also see the need for periodical capacity building exercises on cyber crimes and online gender-based violence, especially for law enforcement, as the enforcers of the law, and this to go beyond urban areas. We know now that smartphone ownership has penetrated rural areas. Some people in rural areas have nicer phones than some of us in this room. So there's really need for that capacity building, even for law enforcement countrywide. And of course, awareness raising for everyone, especially in terms of how do you identify the vice, but when you do identify it, how do you receive support or how do you seek justice? We also see the need for digital security trainings, and of course, other measures in terms of how do you stay safe and secure online, how do you navigate the online space securely. We also see an opportunity for social media networks and other platforms to making, in terms of making the reporting lines, icons easy to locate on their platforms. Sometimes it's not very easy to locate these icons. Also in terms of awareness of their community standards and other measures that victims can use, and also really just bringing it to the local level. So for example, it's not just Facebook or Twitter speaking about it online or on their big global platforms, but coming down here to Zambia because we do access their platforms and teaching us about their community standards. We also see a big opportunity for advocacy on online gender-based violence and a lot of research, especially to the academia, because there's need for better understanding of the status of online gender-based violence. So of course, through evidence-based research, understanding its prevalence, the nature of violations, what are some of the common types of threats that people are facing online, and of course, having key statistics that would be very, very helpful for advocacy. So in a nutshell, that's a summary of the findings and the report, which will be launched on the 30th of May. So please do look out for an invitation from our end. I hope I kept that under 8 minutes. That said, we'll go straight into our last panel discussion of the day. This will be taken by Common Cause and team. Susan, please feel free to set up. And we'll go for lunch at 14:15. I beg your indulgence. So we can give them ample time to exhaust what contributions they have today and also give a bit of time for a Q&A. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please, I need some feedback. May I ask everyone to stand up? I know it's been a long day, a long morning, and we've all been sitting. Kamfisa, you're very young. I know you're tired. Get up. Mr. Shpenzi will tell you that I'll never stand between you and your lunch. But I think we need to stretch for a minute. So we're going to play a very quick game. When I say shiki, you lift your hands up, both your hands, Matt will demonstrate. Hands up, that's shiki. And then when I say bam, you touch your shoulder. And if I say bam, bam, you hit your thighs twice. Are we clear? So it's shiki, bam, bam, bam. So whoever wins this game gets a prize. I have some boxes behind me. So let's see. Let's go. Shiki, bam, bam, bam. Shiki, shiki, bam, bam, bam. Mistakes. Let's sit down. Thank you. I just needed us to come back to our attention. So thank you very much for staying this long and listening to our session. We're going to be talking about weaponizing the internet and just exploring how that becomes a threat to democracy. With that, I'm joined on this panel by two people who are very important to me. Brenda Zulu, my mentor of so many years. Matongo, who is my BFF, but also a colleague to many. Matongo started his work, he's a broadcast journalist. He started his work sometime in 1999 at Chikuni Radio, and I met him a few years later. And I think if it was today, the circumstances of our meeting, Matongo would have called me a troll, a cyberbully, because both he and I had websites sometime in 2002, and I left a nasty comment on his website. That is how we became friends. So that's it about Matongo, but really, he's a broadcast journalist, he's a mentor, he currently works for the BBC in Apple, And then Brenda Zulu is also a journalist, an ICT journalist. Okay. So Brenda Zulu is a digital rights enthusiast. She is an ICT journalist, has won numerous awards. She's founder and CEO of the Africa Interactive Media and also the Zambian Bloggers Network. My name is Susan Wape. I'm Executive Director for Common Cause Zambia, and we'll get straight into it. So sometime last year, into 2021, Common Cause Zambia collaborated with the Zambian Bloggers Network and BBC Media Action in doing some work aimed at looking at keeping the internet on before, during, and after elections. Close to the mic. Okay, thank you. So through that, we undertook a number of activities such as training citizens, human rights activists, journalists on how to use circumvention tools in the event of a shutdown, which we anticipated simply because we saw how the government then was working with the introduction of the cyber laws at a very speedy pace. 8 days it was passed in Parliament and all that. So I would like them to share some of their experiences with that, and we will open up for discussion. So I'll start with you, Matongo. Can you tell us a little bit about BBC Media Action, what you do? Yes, where is that?
How much time do I have?
2 minutes.
Because in broadcasting, we talk until we are stopped and we don't allow dry space. Good morning. Yeah. Looking at that, I am hungry, we are hungry. So I'll try to be as brief and to the point, but covering the nitty-gritties. The project that I'm running is Voters' Voice, and it was aimed at equipping the media sector in Zambia in readiness for the 2021 general election. And one of the key activities that we were doing was doing capacity building for our media, because what we realized is that our media in Zambia are not interested in things that affect them in terms of laws. You look at the Electoral Code of Conduct, they have no idea what it is. You look at freedom of information, most of them claim we don't have access to information, where they don't even need to have access to information to share that information because they are scared of laws. I remember one of the producers from the community radio stations bluntly told us that he will never again report on anything in court because he reported falsehoods. And for me, I believe court processes are the easiest because they give you facts and then you report as is. That's the easiest way to report them. So leading to the elections, we did a number of those trainings. We were involving about 20 radio stations from around the country, about 2 per province, that we were training over a period of time. And closer to the election, the mood was getting tense. And then we realized that as a media, we are now so dependent on internet, on social media. And the rumor hit that the internet may be shut down. Not fully, but there will be some kind of shutdown. And then we did a training working with the Common Cause and the Bloggers Network. And for sure, when that did happen, the people that we trained, the people that we made aware of how the internet is as good as it can be bad, we are appreciative because we take it for granted that we have the internet all the time. But as good as we click, we can as bad as well click and it's off. So those that were empowered were able to go to the traditional SMSs. But the struggle is still there because now reporters send the voice notes. How do you send the voice note? WhatsApp is down. So they were able to at least be able to do something without the internet because they were given tools and made aware. So besides the audiences, the general public not being so media literate, even our media are in a way media illiterate as well, because we stay so comfortable in one thing and forget that we need to have as many alternatives as possible, where access to information as a law is not there, there are still a lot of avenues where we can access information that will still be good to the public. For now, in here, Susan.
Thank you very much. Brenda, please tell us a little bit about the Zambian Bloggers Network, and then also maybe you could tell us what does it mean when we talk about weaponizing the internet?
Okay. The Zambian Bloggers Network is a network of journalists and bloggers. And we decided to register a network because we saw that the Zambian blogosphere was actually growing, and there was need to learn from each other as bloggers on the best possible ways of how to deal with the issue of the internet and how to make visible the newspapers, the writing in the newspapers, the writing in the broadcasts that was not linked to the internet then, bringing them on board. So we have been at for a long time trying to bring many constructive discussions online as a network. In terms of what it means to weaponize the internet, it simply means to use the internet as a weapon. So in this case, we are talking about to bring it back to the level of Zambia. We are talking about the many times we've seen the internet used as a weapon in relation to governance. We see the internet has been shut, the social media was restricted. We have experienced some websites being shut down, blocked. We have seen conversations being leaked to the internet, conversations that are in bedrooms, as the previous panel was actually talking about here. So there are, let me just say, everybody's a target here. So you never know when you are a target. We've seen fraud, we've seen criminals recording their crimes. The recent one is the one which Mr. Chupenzi talked about recording the drinking of cachaça. I think that's criminal. So we've seen a lot of things.
Oh, thank you very much. Matumbo, how would you say the partial internet shutdown, for example, that happened during the elections last year affected the people that you work with, the people that you trained? I know you talked about how they were able to work around those things, but we are seeing an increasing number of partial and even just full internet shutdowns across the world, especially during elections. How would you say the people that you work with within your sphere of influence were affected?
With the people that were directly on the project, the impact was not so much. It was there, but not so much. In a way that these days when you're communicating, when the reporters are communicating back to their stations, they use the internet to send stories, to research when they do research. And it so happened that, even with the release of results, most of the people, they belong to different WhatsApp groups, which is a very good thing, where information is shared. Within that information, there's also misinformation. Within that, there's also disinformation. And I think the Electoral Commission of Zambia did some good threats for the last elections, where they re-emphasized that reporting elections results is a preserve of the ECZ, and anyone who announced any other results away from that would face the Electoral Process Act. And that was covered in the training as well, to make sure that the journalists understand. And the reports that we got from some radio stations were that because of that training, and even when the internet was shut down, we were able to communicate with others who had genuine information on election results. And then that, in a way, was good. And the downside of it was that these days, with the advent of social media, we use a lot of user-generated content. I remember when I was voting, one of the radio stations called the local radio station where I was voting from, because there was a lot of suspicion that was brewing among the people. Anyone who would move with a handbag would be ransacked out of the voting area because they'd say you have payment papers. No, why are you moving with that book and things like that? And that information was being shared across the radio stations and they would call on one another. So sometimes they would need pictorial evidence just to verify that this is what is happening, and they were not able to do that. So the shutdown prevented a number of media to connect with people in terms of user-generated content and be able to share stories as they happen. Because as we know, communication, phones sometimes are blocked, are tapped, and usually in terms of internet, we get to have a bit of freedom when we use voice over internet protocols for these other things. But the major thing where our people suffered most was the dependence and reliance on one single source. But the training that we had, and the capacity that we built with them, those that followed what was in there, they were able to find alternatives. Within the restrictions, alternatives were there. And some of them to date have continued utilizing those alternatives, especially when they are searching for information that would attract the law enforcement officers to follow them, even when there's no cause for them to be followed.
So Brenda, we heard even from the previous panel that there were a number of issues. I mean, for instance, the ones talking about access to information, the need for control in terms of how information comes out. We've also been hearing a lot of talk around the fact that, especially when we talk about misinformation and disinformation, we keep hearing this thing about people need to be controlled. And I remember in 2021, when we issued that statement about the shutdown, urging the president to ensure that all the structures that manage the internet keep it open, we were called alarmists. And then a few days later, the former minister of, PS in the Ministry of Information said they would shut down. They actually blatantly issued a threat saying they would shut down the internet if citizens didn't conduct themselves in a manner that was responsible. How then would you say that is that a good thing, or what impact does that kind of restriction around the internet have?
Yeah, I think what we saw was pure censorship and surveillance of the citizens. So we had the platforms such as WhatsApp, Twitter, YouTube, and which other one? Facebook. Yeah, restricted. And even before Poor Day, I think we have seen that the restriction has been ongoing. And when they asked the citizens to be responsible, I think the citizens were responsible enough. We did not see any alarmist report. And the citizen practiced highly, I think, during this last elections, self-censorship. I think it was unfortunate that on Poor Day, they actually shut down the restricted social media. So this is why it is important for everybody, I think, to have knowledge of digital safety tools, which were provided actually in the training.
I think just additionally, in terms of looking at weaponizing the internet, I think in the recent past, that's why leading to the elections, there was a lot of fear that was instilled among the media, among the general population. Even claims where they say, Zicta is in every WhatsApp group, so careful with what to share, which is not possible unless they're physically there with their phone number or something like that. And then the creation of uncertainty to put doubt on a number of things. So that's how these people have been able to weaponize the internet, because they spread. Because when you understand the difference between misinformation and disinformation, our politicians especially and the government they play a lot on disinformation because they know they are not giving the full truth, or they know they are lying to the community, and then they strive, they try to instilling fear in the people, where people even stop sharing anything, even when it is of no complication at all. And then in the end, information stops being shared, and people will end up giving self-censorship unnecessarily. And then ourselves as media, we have the extra duty now to verify. And it's difficult to verify because even in the current government now, you have ministers, PSAs, and everyone who've got like 10 Facebook pages, and they haven't verified their pages. So how do you know which one is genuine? They all look the same. They post pictures, if it's Matongo Maombi, they'll post pictures of me being here on all the pages. And then misinformation is spread there from other people. And it becomes very difficult. But some are doing it deliberately to cause confusion, to cause doubt. And then we need to make sure that people get to understand what such information is, so that they either avoid it or stop spreading it. We've seen a number of messages that are spread even from the police, which are deliberately written in a bad way, but would end up instilling fear, instilling doubt in other people. And once we identify those things, people will be able to know when to share, when not to share, and stop the spread.
At this point, I'm going to open up for questions. Okay, thank you, Ken. Yeah. Please keep your comments and questions very brief. We have 5 minutes.
It's a question. I'm going to find out if we are doing something to sensitize the media and others on their digital rights and challenges of weaponizing. I'm giving you this question because I was trapped during the campaigns. There's someone who uses my name. My name, there's another person who exists. And that person was a publicity secretary of a political party. So I received the calls to say, so journalists are also a publicity secretary. So what are you talking about? At first, I didn't know what they were talking about. Until when they told me to say, Google your name on Facebook. When I Googled my name, I found someone who exists. The only difference is that for me, there's an M. That person is just brand. For me, there's an M. So I said, can you look at these two Facebook pages? Is it me? Me, I'm here. That's how I was saved. So I think I did imagine how many people don't know that they exist also in other platforms. So we need to educate the public, I think.
We're only getting one round, so.
Okay. Yeah, maybe on the issue of weaponizing internet or media. The challenge is that people don't know that media is more, internet is more like an open space, and people have, they can post anything, okay, even abuse you. So it's up to you, either to, like politicians will say, develop a thick skin. Otherwise, those abuses on the internet are meant to gag you. They are meant to stop you from speaking and remove you altogether from the cyberspace. So I think that's the weapon that your opponents are using to stop you who talk too much, like Susan. Thank you.
Yeah, I think responding to Brian, I think I talked about the issue of verification. I think when we know we're in the public limelight, what we have done with the media that we work with is to help them understand which one is a genuine question, a genuine page, a genuine profile from the other, using simple verification tools. Like normally, if it's a page, it will have an address, and you look at the contact that is there. Does it have a website? Does it have a phone number? Does it have, what kind of pictures does it have? So what we've done with the media that we work with is to help them understand how to know genuine pages, and also how to verify information that you find. Sometimes you find that the page which is very genuine has lesser information than a fake page. And then it becomes also tricky. So that's where now also there's a push that even those that are in the public limelight get to have their pages verified. We've seen, I think there's been a growing trend now, and I understand the bloggers of Zambia helps also in that through some partnership agreements they have with Facebook in terms of making sure that our online presence is verified. And I think we also need to do a digital cleanup of ourselves, because sometimes the information that we post, we forget someone else will search and use it in a bad manner. So we do teach our media. The only thing is that we can't cover the whole country, but we have representation from all the 10 provinces of the country in terms of helping them not want to scoop themselves when they still have time to verify and make sure they have the correct information. They get a phone, call Brian and verify it's Brian that is from the Times of Zambia, as opposed to when they receive a call, they will say it's Brian, and it's from somebody else. So yes, we do that, and we continuously do that.
The issue of user identification, I think it's very, very important. So in this case, Mr. Brian, when you Google, let's say, Hakainde, you will see that there are like maybe more than 10 accounts which are created. Yeah? I remember somebody was bidding money from me, and this account goes for Inonge, the vice president. So when you see that, then you start to know that actually this one is fake. How can the whole vice president start begging money from me? So like you've been advised, it's important to actually get verified. In the current vice president, I remember when she was being inaugurated, her account was actually not a verified account. Yeah, I remember an article emphasizing that we need her account to be verified because there are so many, fake accounts and fake people taking advantage of everybody in the digital space. So Mr. Chipenzi, thanks for your contribution. He was one of the students. Maybe he can even share how he benefited from the digital safety training.
Well, I don't know if I'm going to throw it back to Mr. Chipenzi, but I mean, I really don't want to stand between everyone and lunch. So with those remarks, I think I'm also standing in the way of my own lunch. I'd like to thank everyone for staying for this session. If you would like any further information on weaponization of the internet, digital safety trainings and the like, you can contact us. You can search Common Cause Zambia on Facebook, on the internet. We have a website. You can also Google my two speakers, Matongo Maumbi and Brenda Zulu. They both have a very strong digital footprint. So you should be able to make sense of what they do, and you can also contact for any further discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Susan and team. We've come to the end of our program. I hope that we all had an enjoyable moment. Personally, it was very enlightening. Lots of learnings and takeaways for the day. Now we call upon our finance manager, additionally, to give a vote of thanks. And then I'll give a few more details about some housekeeping. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bulanda. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Atri Ajibade from Paradigm Initiative. So on behalf of Paradigm Initiative and our partners, financial partners, technical partners. The list is endless, as you can see. We want to thank everyone that took their time, as they take time to be here. Thank you for your contributions. Thank you for vital contributions. They were quite enlightening. And we hope to have a big one next year. And as soon as we'll be having our lunch, so please don't go yet so that we can have our lunch together. I'm sure we still to have a form of acquaintances after this. So please do have a very pleasant evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deshui. The good news is that everyone won Susan's game, so we all get away with a gift bag. Yeah, it's the only game where everyone won, interestingly enough. I did say it always just to say thank you for coming to support our event. It was nice to see you all. We hope to see you again next year at the next DRIF. We always look forward to seeing your faces and to your contributions. So once again, thank you very much. I believe we did very well and we can end with a round of applause. Please ensure that you have filled in the evaluation form.